I belong to Swami Vivekananda Subhati University, and we have. I think everybody has the startup section. We have the separate startup section for our students, and for starting the business or any ideas, we are giving seed money to our student as well, sir. So we are not only promoting that students should involve the industry. We are also promoting them while providing the financial assistance. So I think startup can work, but initially the university and college should take the directions, should take the initiative to promote the new ideas. Then only the things will be in a right way, or you can say then only we can achieve the sustainability in the country.
जी मोनिका जी, बहुत अच्छा आपने कहा और आई कंप्लीटली अग्री विथ यू. सो देर इज अ होल प्रोसेस इवन द गवर्नमेंट आल्सो प्रमोटिंग entrepreneurship, and I completely agree with you, absolutely agree with you when you are talking about that academic institutions. So not they have to financially support the ideas of students. Money, seed money that you were talking about, that has to be given. And a very important idea is incubation. So incubation of ideas, so incubation center must be there. And that also reminded me, Kalinga Institute, popularly known as KITE at Orissa, they invited me. So I was very impressed the kind of ecosystem they have created. So student started their own companies, and and the faculty sits as a director or as an advisor. So it's owned to matlab owned by students and faculty. So very good example, and they are like during their courses they are running very successful company. And another important aspect that Professor Monica ji talk about is Section 8 companies can be created and incubation. So there are even at school level, if you talk about Atal Tinkering Labs are there, Atal Incubation Center are there, Section 8 companies has to be promoted. पर मुझे लगता है कि जो आइडियाज स्टूडेंट्स के हैं उन पे काम करने की जरूरत है. आर दे मेकिंग अ फीजिबल आइडियाज? अगर कहीं उनको लीगली इन केस दे वांट टू रजिस्टर देयर कंपनी, सो एज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन आर वी हेल्पिंग देम? उनको कहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम है, हैंड होल्डिंग का प्रॉब्लम है, फंड्स का प्रॉब्लम है, उनको ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज का प्रॉब्लम है. सो आई थिंक सेंसिटाइजेशन इज वन पार्ट. एंड जैसा प्रोफेसर मोनिका जी कह रही हैं, वो बहुत सारी इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें हैं. तो स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम मोटिवेटिंग देम, सेंसिटाइजिंग देम, इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स की बात है, रजिस्टर्ड करने की बात है. और सबसे एक इम्पॉर्टेंट बात है कि अगर स्टार्टअप फेल भी होता है, so we have to, as a researcher, we have to find out what are the regions कि जो फेल हो रहे हैं. नंबर ऑफ स्टार्टअप, इफ यू लुक एट द सक्सेस रेट vis-a-vis failure rate, so this is also very very significant numbers, alarming numbers. So being a researcher, we have to really think of why XYZ startup is failed. So I am very grateful to Professor Monica ji for sharing her own thought. And Monica ji, you are from Gujarat.
No, sir. Basically I belongs to Prayagraj, but
अच्छा
right now
अच्छा.
I'm working. I have also visited to Kalinga University, but the work which our student, we have incubation center also. The new startups the students are doing. Not only student, faculty members are also involving in that. We have multidisciplinary concept. We are including all the student, all the stream in a one platform. And the most important thing is that we are providing the financial assistance. Suppose, sir, our student who are doing the course in hotel management, we have our own bakery. So students are creating their cakes and other chocolates, cookies. They are selling and they are getting the benefits. So this way we are promoting their confidence also, that while learning you can earn. So learning while learning process is also very important, I personally feel.
नो नो, आई एब्सोल्युटली. और मोनिका जी ने जो बात कही कि लर्निंग बाय अर्निंग, अर्निंग एंड लर्निंग, दैट गोज हैंड इन हैंड. सो आई थिंक दैट्स द बेस्ट मॉडल और आपके साथ में राकेश जी हैं, तो राकेश जी का बड़ा तजुर्बा है। उन्होंने दिल्ली में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए बहुत काम किया है। आई विल लास्टली आई विल से कि आई थिंक अनदर इम्पोर्टेंट, sharing the success stories, sharing the failure stories. So that will also give lot of pace to the path of entrepreneurial success. तो जैसा मैडम ने अपने यहाँ की प्रैक्टिसेस शेयर करें, तो मुझे लगता है कि whenever you have a chance or any forum, so probably after completing this short-term course, you can share the best practices. You can share among yourself the ideas, the success stories, and the failure stories. So that's a very amazing idea. Congratulations, Professor Monica ji, for sharing a very amazing story from your own campus. Thank you
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.
Fajul Saab, do we have any other question?
I want to add, sir, in our university, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, we have a innovation hub cell, and AKTU provides all over the UP in technical background for incubation centers and support student startup by providing seed funding and promoting entrepreneurship culture by organizing various lecture seminars and chaired by Dr. Maheep Singh sir. So that platform provides by my university at Kalam Center, Lucknow.
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत ही उम्दा आपने साझा किया। और आपका विश्वविद्यालय कलाम साहब के नाम पर है, तो कलाम साहब के नाम पर ही जब जुड़ गया कोई यूनिवर्सिटी, तो बहुत अच्छा आपने शेयर किया। बहुत अच्छा लगा, आपको भी बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद। और मैं थोड़ा सा आप सबसे एक क्षमा के साथ, बिकॉज आई हैव टू गो फॉर अनदर मीटिंग, सो आई थिंक फैजुल साहब, नाउ वी कैन प्रोसीड फॉर द क्लोजिंग ऑफ दिस सेशन।
Yeah, I'm closing this session. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you, respected sir, Dr. Arvind sir, for delivering such an informative and insightful session. Your valuable thoughts, knowledge, and guidance have greatly enhanced our understanding of the topic. The session was truly enriching and highly beneficial for all the participants. On behalf of all the participants and particularly MMTTC, I sincerely thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and sharing your expertise with us. I would also like to thank the organizers and coordinators of this workshop for providing us with this excellent learning opportunity through you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for everyone for presence and participation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Fazil Saab. Professor Rakesh ji, I have to go for the another meeting. So I am just winding up this session a bit early. So my sincere apology for it. But anyways, it was pleasure interacting with all of you. So I'll take your leave, or you can continue with your meeting in case 5-6 minutes has to be shared among yourself. So Rakesh ji, can you hear us? Anyways, so Fajul Saab, I'll take your leave. You may proceed for maybe the next session as per schedule. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Dr. Rakesh, sir, are you there?
Participants, am I audible? Just please confirm that.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Participants, we have, since we have 2, 4, 5 minutes available with us. So it is lagging. Okay. So this is about your assignment. So what we are going to do, we are going to, you need to make a very short assignment on the startups. We are going to allocate certain startup name with to you, and I also we will also provide you the structure of a very basic assignment, and you need to submit it by Saturday. Just a 1,000-word startup case study. we are going to provide you with the name of the startups not startups, rather the unicorns. Are you people? Firstly, I request you all to please open up your cameras. I can't see you. What my camera? Okay, so as I have received instruction from sir, what we have done, we have made a extensive list of your names and as well as the unicorns of Indian startups. So we are going to allocate you within individual list, individual name, and you need to make a very short case study over it. We are going to provide you with the structure also of that, and within that should be and for the submission part, we are going to provide you with an Google form where you can upload your assignment just by typing. It should be an soft copy of that of your assignment can be uploaded over that Google form. So what you need to do. I'm just sharing. I will be sharing the list within half an hour. I will be sharing the list as well as the instructions also. So does anyone have any query regarding that?
No, sir. Thank you.
Word limit, sir, of the case study?
Yes, ma'am.
Word limit.
Ma'am, 1,000 words. 1,000 words. I will be providing you each and every instruction in a very clear and precise format. You need not to be worried on that. And it will not be a very extensive task. You can just simply write your own points. Just a humble request that do not make extensive usage of AI. And you don't do the plagiarism part also. Just if you're writing something, since on that specific part we have added a point where you need to bring out your interest points and your point of takeaways. So you need to be very specific on that.
Okay, sir.
That's all from my side. If you have any queries, we are going to within 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to share the content with you people. Just wait for a while.
Yeah, I just want to add something in this. So, sir has already given you all the instructions. So, what is our expectation that we will be giving you one of the unicorn of India. So we know that we are having say around 120, 130 unicorns. So we'll be giving you a list. So the list will be aligning with your name. So you have to assign one of the unicorn, and you have to make a case study of that unicorn. So like when it started, about the everything about that. So many of the unicorns which started their journey, which become unicorns from a very small business, and finally they grown up. But after that, there was a decline, and now either they are not at all unicorns or they do not exist. So some companies, for example, the Baiju case study, we all know how it started, how it grows, and the downfall. So we can understand all the aspects. So what are the key areas, why they have become unicorns, what were the important things, what they are struggling for. So many unicorns are still not in profits, right? So we have to cover all the aspects. So we are assigning only one unicorn to everyone. So maybe say if we are having, so currently I'm saying say around 80 participants, so we'll be able to cover say around 80 story of unicorns. And so we need to tell us that we are basically analyzing and observing, and we are going to tell our students that it's not only to become a unicorn. Now the survival and sustainability is that's also very, very much important, right? So once you reach on the top, then retaining that position is also very important. and everything which we are going to basically making in the case study, and how importantly we are seeing that things. So I think in one of the case study, we'll be able to understand, as well as we can learn, and as well as we can teach our students very well about the unicorns ना. सो कैसे स्टार्ट किया इनिशियली, कहाँ तक पहुंचे, क्यों पहुंचे, क्या प्रॉब्लम्स थी, और फेलियर्स के रीजंस क्या रहेगा इफ एनी. एंड मेनी ऑफ द स्टार्टअप्स आर नॉट इन प्रॉफिट एज वेल, जैसे मैंने भी बताया, जैसे जेप्टो भी बना, वेदर इट्स इन प्रॉफिट और नॉट. इफ आई टेक द एग्जांपल ऑफ, यू कैन से जोमेटो, जोमेटो इज स्टिल इन लॉस, बट आप कहेंगे नहीं सर गलत बोल रहे हैं, बिकॉज ऑफ बैलेंस शीट, सो दैट इज इन प्रॉफिट. आई एग्री, बट दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ दे एक्वायर्ड द ब्लिंकिट business. But if we'll see the balance sheet of Zomato alone, we are ignoring the business of, you can say, Blinkit. So again, it is in loss. So we all to understand all the aspects, and so make that case study and that study very exhaustive. So that is our expectation. Any question, any doubts? So you are most welcome till the time our next resource person will join. I hope you are enjoying the sessions.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
We
sir.
are all enjoying.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Ji, ji, ji.
Hello, Dr. Rakesh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm here.
Yeah, you have joined. Yeah, Robin sir is here. So, who is going to welcome Dr. Robin?
Dr. Siddesha.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh. Good morning, all of you. I'm Dr. Siddesha JM, Associate Professor of Biochemistry from School of Life Sciences, JSS Academy for Higher Education Research. Today, I have a privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Robin Singhal. Dr. Robin Singhal is an Assistant Professor of Economics at the School of Liberal Studies, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi, where he also serves as Deputy Director of the Chaudhary Charan Singh Center for Agribusiness and Rural Entrepreneurship. His research focuses on energy economics, environmental and resource economics, infrastructure economics, and public economics. He is currently associated with the Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, and has served in various academic and professional capacities at institutions such as TERI School of Advanced Studies, New Delhi, Management Development Institute, Gurgaon, the Department of Environmental Studies, University of Delhi, and others. His recent publications include an edited volume with the Springer Nature and several articles in peer-reviewed journals. With this small introduction, I welcome Dr. Robin Singhal to enlighten us with his vast knowledge and experience. Thank you all for the opportunity, and I welcome you, sir, Dr. Robin Singhal, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Siddesha. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers and taking this initiative, and also providing this platform for enriching my understanding and perspective on the subject which I have chosen for today's discussion. I hope I am audible and loud enough to have proper audio at your end. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
And one clarification, if you can tell me how much time do I have for the presentation, and how is the session planned?
So it's actually the session of 1.5 hours. So
how much
yeah,
time do we wish to keep for the Q&A?
So Dr. Rakesh, sir, I think it is 15 minutes at least, I think.
Okay. Okay. So fine. So let me share my screen and just a second. Share. I hope the slides are visible.
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
And they are moving.
Yes, sir. Moving, sir.
Okay.
Perfectly
Okay.
fine,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. Okay. So one of the first, before I start with the discussion or interaction, so to say, the title which I have chosen for today's session is The Quiet Revolution, Validating Rural Startup Opportunities. Now, and the broader context is around agri-food system, agri-food value chain. But before I initiate the discussion, as I have thought of, let us briefly reflect on what is it that we understand by the term rural. So I would be happy to have your responses in terms of what do you understand by rural?
Rural, sir, as in countryside, where by definitional aspects of a rural and urban, we can consider rural. And
Yes,
it's
so one is that what is by the question has an implied aspect in the sense that what is our imagination of rural? What is that perceived notion? What is rural? Before we get into the definition of it, which you are rightly pointing out as classification between urban and rural spaces, we'll come to that surely. But let's first ask ourselves, what is it that gives us that imagination if we come across the term as rural?
So that means it
like
is underdeveloped
like
still, and with less technology, less opportunities in terms of industrialization, and not much modernized or westernized.
Sir,
Okay.
adding to
like
Siddesha, sir, it is mostly related with the agriculture and
Okay.
related things that we feel when we hear the term rural mostly.
Okay.
right,
Okay.
like
Fine.
open spaces, agriculture, uh, cultural heritage, these
Okay.
type of terms.
as per
Okay.
Lewis model, surplus labor, unlimited supply of labor.
Okay. So I would not be incorrect to, if I sum up these observations from your end, to say that largely it's the given impression the way we understand structural transformation from an agrarian economy to industrial economy to service economy. But if I ask you now, what is the definition of rural that you have come across?
Sir, we may say the characteristics of rural areas are low population densities, small settlements, and abundant open spaces, which can be
Okay.
utilized for the opportunities ahead,
For opportunities.
for business opportunities.
Now, business opportunities in which areas? Because what we are saying is if it is a primarily agrarian economy, then we would like it to be understood as a rural area.
Yes, sir.
And if it is farm-based activities, then essentially we are within that scope of the agriculture.
Yes, within the scope of the agriculture, agro-based industries.
Yeah, but then agro-based industries would then be classified under national industrial classification. Then you are coming into the domain of industrialization. And some of your observations are that it is primarily agrarian economy.
Yes, Indian economy is a primarily agrarian economy. Still, it is primarily agrarian economy.
In that larger context, the developing world would also be considered as largely an agrarian economy because of the working population dependent on agriculture. So I understood your perspective, but what I am trying to arrive at is there is a certain imagination, the way we perceive rural areas. And absence of these, sometimes we relate to as not being rural areas, certain characteristics. But in contrast, if you look at the definition of what is rural, if we, so I'll quote from census, for instance. The census adopted definition of rural is all areas not classified as urban are considered rural. And these are generally governed by Gram Panchayats and primarily have an agricultural based economy. Okay. So the understanding that it is agrarian economy or agriculture based activity led economy, business opportunities related to the farm sector, all of this would still be fine within the ambit of this definition. But what I want to highlight is the fact that we relate to rural as not being urban. I would see that also as a limitation in our perspective, the way we engage with rural, whether in terms of the startup ecosystem, whether in terms of the employment opportunities, whether in terms of the diversifying agrarian economy in those, because unless or until if some space is being referred to as not being identical to something else, then essentially we are not paying attention to the inherent characteristics of that space. And we are not looking forward to its evolution in a manner which can be a standalone in itself. I'm not emphasizing by meaning standalone, I'm not emphasizing a dichotomy between rural and urban areas. Because that distinction between rural and urban areas is also coming into question when it comes to several initiatives or policies, if they are to be realized, or even the global development agenda. We'll come to that in a later stage during the discussion. So the essential takeaway from this brief discussion is that I think when it is 21st century, we should also be thinking of reimagining what is rural landscape for us, not just in terms of those characteristics which are considered for defining urban and their absence translates to rural spaces. I think it is given the kind of policy and development challenges of the 21st century. I think we need to have some understanding of the limitation of this definition, because on the contrast, what is urban? An area is classified as urban if it meets either of the following conditions. Either it is a statutory town, all places with a municipality, corporation, cantonment board, or notified town area committee, etc. Or it's a census town, where some of you have rightly pointed out that places that satisfy all the following criteria, like a minimum population of 5,000, at least 75% of the main working population engaged in non-agricultural pursuits, a population density of at least 400% per square kilometer. So I think these are the basic foundation, I think, I would tend to believe, which conditions our perspective when it comes to policy, when it comes to entrepreneurial initiatives, when it comes to startup ecosystem, and somehow this conditions our perspective, and that is what something which I want to further elaborate on. Because there is a need to understand what is changing at the grassroots level, and then we think of what I think some of the concluding remarks from Dr. Rakesh, when we think of scalability, survivability of startups, because startups are there in order to meet certain societal needs. They had their initial takeoff phase, but they failed to sustain themselves. And why is it that happens? And my focus would be largely towards rural entrepreneurship, again looking at its from farm-based activities, but also in a sense of a larger perspective of a food system or a food supply chain or a food value chain, which I'll elaborate on in a little while. I hope if there is any question at this stage, you can ask me. So now, so what is the context of quiet revolution? Now, what has happened is that internationally it is recognized that we are all aware of the contrast between the developing and the developed countries' farming practices. But agri-food value chain, that is essentially the post-farm gate activity. Okay, after whether it's the horticulture, whether it's a plant-based production, after the production has taken place, in a very simplistic sense, it was always believed that the farmer would be, in a very simplistic sense, the farmer would be selling to the consumer. But there are findings, there are changes or transformations that have taken place, which are not short of, for instance, the terminology that we come across like supermarket revolution, food service revolution. And I'm not saying anywhere, please, at the outset, I would like to reflect on one thing, that the observations that I will be making, nowhere I am implying that there is a need for developing world to imbibe all the transitional phases which food system has gone in advanced economies, or so to say the developed economies, because imitating those solutions will create their own set of new challenges, which would be which would add to the rather vulnerability of the farming community which we are concerned with. So I'm in no way I'm saying that imitation of the solution is the key, but there is a need to contrast, because in terms of the pattern, the way agri-food value chains are evolving, the pattern is similar. We may be at some stage, they are at some advanced stages, but what is that pattern? The pattern is that agri-food value chain, that is post farm gate activities, are increasingly becoming are playing an important role. And what has happened is, even in the literature, in the academic literature, be it from economics, be it from management, apart from various case studies, we are lacking theories to understand, theoretical framework, empirical studies to understand the kind of rapid transformation which is taking place in that post-farm set of activities, which we would still like to classify as agrarian-based entrepreneurial initiatives that are taking place in the developing countries. And this is what is being understood as a new research frontier, because it is argued that because the grassroots level changes have remained obscured to a larger extent from attempt of theorization, from empirical research, as a result, what we can say is that such research engaging with the theme of AVC transformation, that is agri-food value chain transformation, is at a nascent stage rather than at a matured level. And that's where I think, from a global south perspective, there is always appropriate to argue that we need to engage actively with that research, both in terms of academic, but also in terms of creating those policies to enable the changes that are taking place in order to facilitate them. And as a result, what is happening is that the rural areas are no longer to be envisioned as areas of only earmarked for farm production. There are large scale activities, large number of activities which are taking place, engaging in a post-farm segments of the food value chain. Now, so if we look at the larger global discourse, and again with the from both the sustainability manifested in the SDG agenda or resilience per se, which has got much greater attention post COVID-19. So reinforcing sustainability and resilience emphasizes that the food system as a whole needs to be understood. And so there are, in this illustration, one of such, because United Nations in 2021 organized a food system summit where food system perspectives were explored, and so that we can have some systemic perspective towards the functioning of the food sector, because it operates at local, national, regional, and global level. So there are spatial and temporal dimensions which needs to be looked into. But what is important, a key takeaway from this, one of such illustration for food system, is that what are the essential components of food system? So broadly classified as food supply chains, which I am also interchangeably using as food value chain, then food environments, and then consumer behavior conditioned by individual factors. So these are essentially the components of the food system, and that is exposed to both policy actions and also in order to provide the enabling environment for both public sector participation and much more important private sector participation in the various components of this food system. And on the left, it is obvious to us that there are several drivers which leads to the changes in from time to time, put pressure on the food systems to evolve. And then essentially towards the end, what you have is all those day-to-day concerns of food security, nutritional security, all these are envisioned as outcome from that food system. Okay, so my focus here in this discussion is confined to food supply chains. Now, so how do we look at food supply chains? So for us, for instance, in this illustration, what we are trying to categorize food supply chain is to structurally put it across three functional areas: upstream, midstream, and downstream. Now, upstream, you will find that pre-farm activity, for instance, fertilizers, seeds, all those suppliers, essentially, and even farm level production activities, all farm services, etc., all are put together up in the upstream segment. So I would still go by an understanding that upstream segments includes production activities, and also for horticulture, marine production, and also animal source foods, all put together would be part of my upstream segment. Then the midstream is entirely all post-farm activities or post-farm gate activities, which involves handling of the produce, its storage, its processing, wholesalers, all would constitute the midstream. And it is the downstream which basically come closer to our doorstep in terms of households. It includes consumers, it includes retailers who are very, very close to the ultimate consumers. So looked at from this perspective, what is important to observe is that if we go by that standard traditional theories, they in a sense fail to capture those changes which are happening within the food supply chain. Because what is happening is, over time, and this is true for both developed countries and developing countries, and I will give you some statistics around that as well. The fact is that so for instance, of the food expenditure, per capita food expenditure, the share of farm-based production and subsequently in comparison, value addition which takes place post-farm activities, farm gate activities, the share of farm activity in the food expenditure has been declining. Okay, and this has been declining for advanced economies. This has been declining for low and middle income countries, broadly again interchangeably referred to as developing countries. But what is more striking there? So for instance, if I give you some numbers, because always evidence helps us to give credibility to the observations. the gross farm, this is in the US context, for instance, the gross farm share of consumer food expenditure declined from 40 to 50% to less than 15%. And I'm talking about farm share. And this is over the period from 1929 to 2017. So 30 and 80, 90 years duration. So 9 decades, for instance. In contrast, if we look at evidence which is available, again subject to the data availability for a handful of countries like Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Russia, South Africa, what we observe is that the farm share of food expenditure at home accounts for only 27%, and this for this on average 27% lies between the range of 16 to 38%. So what is essentially happening? The fact is that post farm gate AVC actors clearly capture the overwhelming majority of the rest of the expenditure. They account for rest of the expenditure because the value addition which takes place in the subsequent stages involved in the food supply chain, ultimately when it reaches to the consumer, ultimate consumer, in essence, what we are trying to argue is that there is a fundamental transformation in the midstream intermediaries that has largely gone unrecognized. And that's where we are referring to a scope for private activity, private participation, etc. Any question at this stage? Okay, so I move on. Now, again, let's look at what is, so if look at what is happening to the consumption pattern specifically to food in India. And it's not just rural versus urban. You will find, and as the graph shows, the share of, this is per capita expenditure on food in rural areas over the period from 1993-94 to 23-24. What you find is the share of cereals, pulses, edible, and milk products. Whereas largely constituting 38 to 35 to 40%. But what is the rest of it? It comes from beverages, refreshments, processed foods, fruits and vegetables, egg, fish and meat, etc. So similarly, the similar pattern is also emerging in the case of urban India. So, and where it, what is it? It is essentially because a large share of the perishable commodities, if they are to be supplied to the customers, they have to be handled through these midstream agents. And I'll focus specifically on some of the handling of the perishable infrastructure facility for the perishable commodities subsequently, and show how changes are taking place in that landscape for Indian context. We'll come to that as well. So if we take this discussion forward, what we find, what we need to appreciate and also need to contextualize is the following, that if AVC actors, and I hope by now we are familiar with the abbreviations and the context in which these actors are being referred to. So AVC actors are basically playing an important role, but their, let's say, their prospects, their business environment remains contingent upon the ground realities which they face in the low and middle income countries. And what are those realities? The realities are, for instance, lack of adequate supporting infrastructure. Because we cannot expect a budding entrepreneur to address infrastructure challenges while grappling with the issue of the survivability, the scalability, meeting working capital requirements. There are institutional weaknesses which many of these startups face, and also the fact that there is the earlier traditional theories which for the convenience of modeling, so to say, assume that as if the agriculture sector operates seemingly in a perfectly competitive market conditions, but there are several imperfections and there are transaction costs. So which conditions creates survival issues, business challenges for local operators as well. So what we need to understand is that all these entrepreneurial activities or the private sector participation gets conditioned by the socioeconomic context, that is the larger which has a larger bearing on the food system as drivers, but also the fact that the ground realities are conditioned by the lack of enabling environment for these entrepreneurs. Now, if we understand, and why that's as in not being able to appreciate this revolution in the agri-food value chain is a problem, because the way we understand the drivers of growth, the way we understand the prospects of startup ecosystem, the way we understand business environment for different actors in the post-farm gate activities, what we find is that the transformation which is taking place also has its own significance in itself as being the basis for the structural transformation which we are envisaging in the traditional theories. Because in the traditional theories, we are saying that what will happen, the surplus labor will move from agriculture to industry, and what will happen is that the labor will become the factors of production will become more productive in the agriculture sector, but also the fact that with rising income, income elasticity of demand for non-farm goods will be much higher as compared to food or farm-based produced goods. And on another note, what will happen is that because there is increase in the productivity, you would expect that real prices of food will also go down. But it is equally important to note that farm activity, the farming community is also increasingly meeting their demand for food by purchasing it from the market rather than, because what we have seen as the transformation is that even the consumption pattern within the rural India is also evolving on a similar lines as it is evolving in the urban India. So the point I want to make here is that they are also consuming food rather than subsistence farming, and there is increasing evidence also that farm-based activity is increasingly becoming a challenging prospect so far as livelihood is concerned, and it is the non-farm activities or non-farm income which helps these farming community to sustain their participation in the agriculture sector per se as well. So there are several studies. I'm not going to that aspect in any case. So the fact that you have, and I'm by you I mean that the researchers and the academic contributors to the academic literature, what we have failed to acknowledge is the kind of importance this agri-food value chain transformation itself has in terms of facilitating that transformation in the larger structural sense. So, because as stated in one of the bullet is that the growth of AVCs is increasing market integration, investment, technology diffusion, and changes in labor demand. And expanding AVCs are creating new opportunities for innovation, competition, and short-term market gains. So so the fact that we haven't captured that, and also the fact that we want to, by not acknowledging that fast rapid transformation, because as I highlighted earlier, that it has taken place in the context of the kind of decline in the farm share in the food expenditure. This has been a phenomena of, let's say, a decade or so, because from 2000, the numbers which I stated for the developing countries is from 2005 to 2015, whereas the same transformation took nearly a century in the case of the developed countries. But it is, so the transformation is happening, that is one, but it is happening at a much faster pace. That is the important takeaway, because that is where it is important to understand how this rapid transformation is to be it's to be streamlined, so that it is both sustainable and resilient for the times ahead in the context of the developing world, when we know that the livelihood prospects are going to be exposed to several uncertainties and risks over 21st century. And at the same time, what is interesting here is that there is so nobody is emphasizing, because if we look at the public policy, for instance, a large part of the research and spending has been in the upstream segment. And similarly, so we want to support farming community through subsidies in fertilizers, seeding material, putting more money towards R&D in, for instance, making available drought-resistant crops, etc. And on the other end, what we have done is we want to ensure basic food and nutritional security to the vulnerable population on the downstream segment. But what has happened is that within the midstream, if we look at, have we been conscious of the fact that, I'm not saying that we have not emphasized on food processing industry, I'm not saying that there are not schemes per se to support infrastructure development in the midstream, but what is it that I am trying to emphasize? The fact that we have not looked at it from a systemic perspective. And because we have not looked at it from a systemic perspective, we have not put adequate focus on the fact that it is the midstream. The evolution of the midstream can ensure evolution and changes both in the upstream and the downstream. And also the fact that upstream and downstream segments do exert pressure on the midstream, okay? Because what you figured out also, what we observed in many cases of the advanced economies, for instance, that after COVID-19, because the supply chains were so standardized that lockdowns hampered the business prospects of restaurants, food away from home possibilities, etc. And as a result of which, there was food loss, because you immediately could not look forward to alternative avenues to market your produce. In contrast, what was the experiences in the developing countries? The fact that the farmers were seen plowing back their crops back in the ground, because the kind of transaction cost which they face, transportation cost which they face in terms of making their produce available in the markets, mandis, etc. Though these were short supply chains. These were short supply chains, were more resilient as compared to the developed world. And that is why I was emphasizing in the beginning that there is no need to imitate solutions from there, but also there is always an important the fact that we can learn from their experiences. So these were short supply chains, But then there was challenge of scalability, survivability, and hence the farmers were seen plowing back their crops and not marketing and suffering losses there. And even in many of the seasons, any bumper crop, we find that farmers are throwing away their produce on streets as a backlash. And even the same season, you find that after the farmers have destroyed their crops for the reason that they were not getting adequate return for their produce, at the retail end, we are paying a much heavier price for the produce which we get marketed at the retail end. So these are the kind of the challenges in which our farmers participates in the developing countries. So the one takeaway which I would still like to emphasize here is that in the larger context of food system transformation, there are no ready-made solutions. And the fact that there are no ready-made solutions, it's also, I would still say that there is a window of opportunity, because the subtitle of the talk is validating startups. Because what we need to look at the startup ecosystem is also, in a sense, that in which direction or what is that development pathway that we want to hold on to when it comes to agriculture sector or rural economy or a rural landscape in the context of the immediate Indian context, or when we, because India is also being represented as the voice of the global south. So I would like to extend this argument to say that the kind of solutions which we perceive for future in so far as agri-food value chains are concerned in India, can we think of solutions that can be suitable for the realities of the low and middle income countries and can help address the livelihood concerns, particularly from agriculture sector and farm-based activities. Any question at this stage?
No, sir.
Okay. So, so private sector and public sector both have an important role. It's not about public versus private in the larger context of development challenges that we are facing. But so far as the midstream is concerned, one thing which I would like to argue is that it is very difficult to, when we adopt a systems perspective, immediately we come across integrated perspective. Now, integration in terms of ownership is very difficult, because you cannot expect any startup to have ownership of the entire segment in which it dependence unfolds. So there will still be forward and backward linkages within which it has to evolve. And that is what becomes important when we think of enabling environment for these startups to flourish. So integrated does not imply and is practically infeasible when it comes to integrated ownership of various subsegments or essential. So we are not talking about vertically integrated facilities, because then the proposition itself becomes economically or financially unviable as a proposition. Also, the fact that when integration in itself does not mean that should not be just understood in terms of integrated policy approaches. Okay, because okay, if the midstream were not looked at, let's look at upstream, midstream, and downstream in one consistent whole, because then what happens is that generalization also becomes very difficult, and there are context specific. So for instance, the kind of intervention marine food value chain would need is different from the nature of the consumption habit when it comes to animal source foods compared to fruits and vegetables. And so there are context specificity when it comes to public policy. But at the outset, what I would like to argue, and I would be happy to elaborate on this in the context of cold chain, which is one of the key component as an infrastructure service for the midstream, which I'll be focusing on in the subsequent part of the lecture, is the fact that there is the startup takes off with an understanding that they want to contribute. Okay, but the kind of failures that we see is also not just because they are operating in a very conditioned environment. Yes, the fact that these the lack of enabling conditions has contributed to lack of their success, but equally important is what has been their orientation. So what is that purpose? What is that value system with which the actors operate in these food value chain? Because if we integrate a value notion to capital, and that is what increasingly a tall order and a formidable challenge in the immediate context, that financing for climate adaptation, financing for thematic investing, all these are upcoming areas where public-private participation is to gain momentum in order to cope with the kind of resource requirements which we have in the 21st century. So the fact is that the public sector will have to evolve in a manner that it creates those conditions, but create those conditions not at an arm length from the private sector. Okay, and I think that is what is one of the core issue, that I cannot simply fulfill my responsibility as a public sector by adopting a notion that we are willing to provide subsidy unless or until someone comes forward with an expression of interest, and I'm extending capital subsidy, but it is depending upon the expression of interest that I will I'll assess the viability of the project, and then subsequently, because sometimes you have to take leadership role, and somewhere you need to take the stance of a minimal government. So where you have to lead and where you have to take that position as just providing the enabling conditions, I think that is also a kind of a synergy between public and private sector, which is required, and I think which becomes very essential when it comes to the kind of challenges which we are facing. Now, this brings me to the case that it is because many a times what we find is that capital is also capital or venture capitalists are trying to get attracted towards abnormal rate of returns. And by abnormal rate of returns, I would mean that they wish to the startup, and that is my personal opinion. The fact that the kind of understanding of startups is that they will give you a much higher risk-adjusted rate of return than feasible across different other sectors. Because if this becomes the stance in a post-COVID and in times when there is a need to strengthen long-term sustainability, and resilience of human systems. Even the investing community need to adjust their expectation, and that is what I think is holding back the kind of mobilization of finance from developed countries to the developing countries in the larger context of climate change, etc. So even in that in the resource mobilization, developing countries are facing challenges primarily because of that perspective, A, and B, because there is misperceived perception of risk, misperceived degree of risk in terms of the developing countries. Because and if some of you are interested, you can refer to this report, to Financing for Sustainable Development. Macro level risk perceived by investing community internationally in the context of developing world compared to the actual level of risk because of, for instance, default on terms of the different projects, actual default on projects is much lesser as compared to the perceived risk in terms of political instability or many other factors, which drives the cost of capital for the developing world. And hence that's another important aspect which needs to be contextualized here. So the market imperfections which exist needs to be corrected for by, let's say, by different entrepreneurial initiatives. But at the same time, it is important to understand that these imperfections, if serves as the genesis of the new initiatives on part of the private sector, they also need to be realistic enough in order to understand that the kind of return on investment or capital employed, they should not be going after that, or rather I can say that there is increasing emphasis for responsible investment when it comes to the developing countries in contemporary times. So, and what this revolution in or the transformation in agri-food value chain has led to in developing countries, it has created new rural entrepreneurship. There are new models that are emerging for various activities, but the challenge is to scale them to ensure that they don't their size increases, their reach to distant market increases. There are agri-tech innovations, new technological solutions that are coming up across the value chain. There are specific entrepreneurial initiatives in the supply chain segment to cater to the handling of these perishable commodities, so that you can, for instance, and this would still be critical when we are having free trade agreements with many countries. And at the same time, there are new employment opportunities that are created within the rural areas, and these would help not the kind of challenges which we are facing in terms of migration, etc. So this is that first part of the discourse which I wanted to cover, which pertains to contextualizing the agri-food, the quiet revolution in the agri-food value chain, and why is it that this is very important, that there is some sort of validation for various entrepreneurial initiatives when it comes to farm-based activities, to support farm-based activities. And the later part of my discussion is going to be focusing on one of the aspect of food supply chain from the midstream segment, is refrigerated warehousing, which because again, from climate change perspective, or to facilitate the larger objective of providing livelihood security to the farming community, the critical infrastructure like refrigerated warehousing becomes very essential. And I transition to this. And this is the next part of, you can take this as a case study, which I am trying to link up to the overall context which I have given in the first half of my lecture. So this is based on a joint work with Professor Shalini Saxena. She's a co-author with me on this book, which is coming from Springer under Sustainable Development Goals series. The title of the volume is Integrated Cold Chain Logistics for Food Supply Chain. And what we have focused in that volume is to adopt a sustainable development perspective towards this critical infrastructure facility. Now, to put the subsequent discussion in a proper context, so I hope you remember that I was showing this food supply chain graph, food supply chain illustration, and within that midstream segment, I was emphasizing that there are storage, transportation, etc. So the fact that we know that when we purchase food items which are perishable, we immediately tend to keep them in our premises in refrigerated or a cool environment. So what we are essentially looking at is at a much larger scale, post farm, we are looking at refrigerated warehousing facilities. But the problem is that if looked at only from the point of view of refrigerated warehouses, then we have various challenges, because how the produce reaches to that particular facility from the farm gate, and from the farm gate, from the cold store, how it reaches to the ultimate consumer, all of that is equally important. Okay, so for instance, this is a season when we are very fond of mangoes. Now you may have mangoes be stored in cold stores. And subsequently the retailer uses, within the supply chain, they have their own way of ripening it, again having health limitations. But when by the time we buy it, we know that it is exposed to a temperature of 40 plus 40 degree now in peak summer. So, and similarly from the farm gate, how it reaches to the cold store is again a challenge, because, and that is what is being contrasted here. If you look at the title of the slide, it is referred to as cold chain infrastructure. So it's a series of different components which put together qualifies as cold chain infrastructure. And in other words, cold storage facility is not cold chain, because what we will need from the farm gate is a reefer truck, which will keep, or before it gets transported, we need pack houses, or pack houses where the food is aggregated. The food produced items are aggregated, they are sorted, they are graded, they are packaged, and then transported wherever the destination is, whether it's a cold store or in a mandi, in a reefer truck. And again, reefer truck is providing that controlled atmosphere condition, which is specific to the standard cooling standard for a particular variety. So apple would have a different requirement, mango would have a different requirement. So different, and there are standards for every agriculturally produced item in terms of the commercial handling of those produce. And this is not just important from the point of view of preventing food loss, Because if you have put in a lot of resources, lot of subsidy, public money in your upstream sector, and if you have a leaky supply chain, essentially losing the food produced item which is meant for human consumption and not reaching to the uh, 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 plate of the consumer, essentially we are losing out on all those resources which have otherwise been used for producing that quantity. And it is in this context what we are referring to is that there are several other components between farm gate to that cold store, and from cold store again to the retail consumer. We really need that kind of uh, uh, seamless integrated network of different components which constitute cold chain infrastructure, which will then have different ripening chambers also part of it, so that the demand can be met in a real time, but the time and spatial dimensions are taken care of so far as the perishable produce is concerned. Now, in this context, it is important to also emphasize another aspect, that the cold chain infrastructure is so, as obvious, it helps you address concerns for food losses. But in the context of developing world, it is not just it is required not just for food losses, curtailing food losses, which is again a target under SDG 12, but the fact that if we want crop diversification, if we want farmer to take benefit of the produce by moving up the value ladder, if we want to strengthen marketing linkages so that the farmer feel confident to move away from staple crop items, staple crops to other varieties, okay, and to have access to the distant market, if it want to access formal credit, cold chain refrigerated warehousing facility are then becomes really important, and that is why the larger context of cold chain infrastructure is being emphasized in this context. Now, what I want to quickly, I think, take you through is some of the interesting aspects that there are. It's not that the private players are not undertaking those initiatives, because if you have closely observed, and again, floor is open for you to make your observations. So since childhood and the time when we are now buying as adults from several of these retailers, do we really observe any change or evolution in terms of the handling of these agriculture produce around us in these markets? So has that agriculture mandi or its ambience or its conditions in which it operates, has that changed since our childhood? Let's take that as a case, for instance.
Yes, changed.
In what sense? In which manner you appreciate that change?
Becomes now in terms of the manpower, so labor. So this technology and other things has definitely helped in newer practices, and also in terms of yield and the amount.
No, I'm not talking about the quantity produced.
Yeah.
So I'm not concerned about the volume. I'm not concerned about the value of the produce which is getting marketed. Yes, to that extent, we know that we are supporting, will be reaching 9 billion population globally, and we are supporting them again with the caveat that we have large number of malnourished people and food security concerns, nutritional security concerns. Yes, upstream we have done. There have been technological advancement, but what I'm asking is basically the interface between the consumer and the retail end, or let's say the closest wholesale mandi where we procure our daily necessities. Has that, do we observe any change there in, let's say, uh, um, the way we have seen that
Yeah.
since our childhood?
Sir?
Yes. Yes. Earlier, it used to be like, small farmer markets at the village level and town level. But now, at the town level also, they have APMC and other markets that have been built and supporting the farmers. And now there is also opportunity for farmers to directly interact with the big companies like Reliance and other people, like, so that the big basket and other things, they can directly sell.
So, so you are emphasizing more of the connectivity
Yeah.
in terms of the access to market, I think.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Point taken. Yes. Anyone else?
Sir,
Yes.
hello. Sir, I feel there have been a change in the mandi system in more towards the digitalization part first. It has been now more connected through technology that is there. And second thing, what I feel that farmers are now having more options to be connected with the direct customers. So for example, in Pune, I see there are so many options available where there's a term called Shetkari Te Grahak, means directly from farmers to customer. So they are having different areas where directly they are coming and selling, not only in the small quantities but in the big quantities. And also what Siddesh sir said, that they are also having the options to be connected with these supermarts and supermarkets like Reliance also in Pune, and various other supermarkets one venture is there, Tata Star Bazaar, which is by Tata here in Pune. So they directly purchase the things, the agricultural products from the farmers, and they sell directly to the customers, like retail customers. So what I feel, there has been a reduction in the layers of the middleman due to the introduction of the technologies and transparency. Like we have the case of MP, where the transparency was initiated because of the introduction of this technology in established technological centers established in the mandis. And yes, this is my observation, sir, regarding the this farmer supply chain management.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Your point is well taken, and very noteworthy observation that
Thank you, sir.
digitalization also has helped a lot. Anyone else? Any observation? So, so for instance, if I ask you, have you ever, yeah,
One more thing,
yes,
road transport system and vehicles to transport to nearby market, those things also improved.
improved. Yeah, okay, okay. The infrastructure support you are saying.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir. The awareness among the farmers is also getting increased with the help of various workshops and various other organizations like NGOs are there, which are working towards increasing their what you said, market accessibility and market awareness. So that is also what I have observed, these things are also increasing day by day. These programs are also there to enhance the farmers capacity to understand the market, or like various training programs are also there for understanding the harvest and the soil system, and then the market reaching, so market reach. So I feel
Has
those
also
training
gone. Yes.
programs are also there. um, so
So,
th-
so basically the awareness programs or initiatives to make the alignment strengthened between what consumer demand and the farmers farm gate activities. Yes.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Okay, because see, all these are very noteworthy observations, but I, I wish to highlight one particular aspect. So, for instance, uh, if you interact with your vendor, retail vendor who is supplying vegetables or who is selling uh, fruits, for instance, let's say mangoes or grapes, if you ask them, the what I would like to put it as, there is a lack of transparency in the transactions which are taking place in the wholesale market. The reason being, the stuff arrived in a packed manner. Okay. So, for instance, for grapes, they are asked to pick up what is that total quantity in terms of packs they want to take, but they are not confident of what is inside. Reason being, it's a broken supply chain. The wholesaler got it in that manner, so he forwards it to the further end of the supply chain in the similar fashion, because the way, for instance, melons, if you see, they arrive it in a white carry bag, and it's tied at the top, and they are not allowed to check that quality what they are buying in the wholesale market. On the other hand, the customer wants quality. The customer wants assurance that whatever I am picking from their outlet is basically meeting my expectation, which is not, and I would, so that we can have that preference of consumer preference classified across nutritional requirements and non-nutritional attributes like appearance, color. So non-nutritional characteristics also becomes equally important when it comes to when we actually pick up at our own individual end. Now, the same thing is, so what I'm trying to say is that the kind of sorting, the kind of grading of that produce is beforehand not marked on any of these packs which got lifted to the from the farm gate to the wholesaler, and from the wholesaler to the retailer. And as a result of which, what happens is there are pecuniary externalities. Because, for instance, the farmer, the retailer brings the produce on to the outlet and finds that, okay, the top layer of the way it has been kept is good, but somehow the next row within that pack is mixed of that quality. So what I am trying to say is that these supply chains, all these observations which you have made, that the farmers are more aware, there is access to markets, the infrastructure support has gone up, the fact that the digitalization, but the fact of the matter is the supply chain is very slow to evolve. And why that is slow to evolve? Because there is lack of transparency, there is lack of trust, because I am not confident of what quality has arrived and what I am marketing down the supply chain. And essentially, by the time it reaches to you, because of all those gaps in the supply chain, what you really end up with is that you have spent the money. The retailer has also spent the money. But the fact of the matter is, neither the retailer got that worth of the spent amount, and subsequently the losses are being pushed to the ultimate consumer. and that is, and why this is important, why I'm saying so, because if you look at the global studies, and when we look at the global food and nutritional security agenda, it has evolved from energy adequate diet, that is calorific intake, to healthy diet, to nutritious diet. And if we really look at the numbers in terms of the proportion of the population which would still be unable to afford nutritional diet as per WHO standards, you will find that a large section of the society would still be in the developing world, would not be in a position to afford these micronutrients. So high value commodities in from the agriculture sector still remains out of the reach of large percentage of the population. And when it comes to affordability, and I think that's where the important challenge is, that all these changes are there. But what I am thinking of is that the scalability of the solutions, which I am going to reflect on some of the subsequent slides, is to highlight that in relation to the transformation which is taking place, the transformation is there. But at the same time, the scalability is an issue, because the transactions which are taking place in these markets is still in these markets are characterized by imperfect information. The retailer doesn't know what they are buying. The wholesaler wants to push that entire lot in a sense that you are not allowed to check, because if you hand pick and select, then the charges to you would be different, because it is the lack of integrated facility of farm gate, where sorting, grading, and the quality of the produce is intact and then supplied to the ultimate consumer. I think that is what I'm trying to highlight. Uh, so, let's just look at some of the recent developments in various uh, uh, subcomponents of integrated cold chain. For instance, pack houses, because these are the immediate facilities which, because we know that in many of these developing countries, the farm sizes are very small, the harvest is small in relation to have that economies to afford a storage facility per se. So there are different business models which have come up. For instance, rental lease model, where farmers or FPOs rent space for sorting, grading, and pre-cooling. FPO-led models where they own and operate pack houses, cooling as a service, because where farmer cannot outrightly have that source of resources to invest, so they pay as per kg the produce handled from them. Or there is private facilities which have come up where there are traders and agribusiness operators who own these pack houses. So, and as some of you were making these observations, that it could be a farmer producer organization, it could be a big corporate house. So all those initiatives are reflected in the third column. So from pack houses to cold storages, there are capital expenditure model, there is rental model, there are hybrid model where we combine cold storage with processing facilities. So again, there are these different models that have come up. Reefer vehicles also. For instance, there are third-party logistics, there are leasing model, pay per trip, original equipment manufacturer, managed services. So these are different business models that are coming up in order to, and just to highlight the kind of gap that we have, and this is all official statistics. There is a gap to the extent of 99% of the total required capacity in terms of reefer vehicles, and that is why you find that many of these brands of which has come up in tier 1, tier 2, Licious, etc., which are handling these animal source food items, they face a challenge, because what you observe is that the changes are, for instance, we were referring to Blinkit, we are referring to which are much closer to the consumer, because that's where you need the least infrastructural investment. But sourcing that material, bringing it to that downstream segment, that's where I'm emphasizing that there is still an ample scope of uh, 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 undertaking new entrepreneurial initiatives, and also, but at the same time, embedding sustainability and resilience considerations to provide that enabling environment for those startups. Sorry. Ripening chambers, again, someone builds and rent it out. FPO owns them. A private operator-led agri-tech companies install them and operate near mandis or near urban hubs, or again as a service model where you pay as per your use. So all these are various changes that are taking place. But as COVID pushed many of the micro small to the verge of collapse, because again it's important, because the impact of COVID could not be observed in these segments, because largely these remain oblivious to the researching community, and there are several findings around them. How is it that the during COVID fish value chain got impacted? So there are several studies, and I think if there is any question towards the end, we can reflect on them. So the larger, so in order to sum up, the larger takeaway which I am trying to arrive at is that the way we perceive rural has to evolve. Okay, and because then rural should the rural landscape or the rural economy should then have to be reimagined in a sense that what is it, how is it that we make it sustainable, and resilience is inherently linked to the perspective of rural. Because if we subscribe to the notion that rural is something which is not wanted because it is not urban, and if it is not urban, then there is something which is lacking in the rural, I think that simplistic understanding of the rural landscape is open to question. Because even in urban areas, we have the kind of challenges which we face, and also the kind of dichotomy between rural and urban is not going to serve us well, because as a society, because if we, that dichotomy somehow endorses a notion that rural is something which is lacking what we have as urban. And I think that's where the challenge is. Because, for instance, the national logistics policy, if it has to achieve its objective, we are talking about seamless integration of the landscape, meaning that whether it's produced in the rural settings, rural environment, it is seamlessly integrated with the urban settings, and facilitated to the distant markets in that sense. So the produce. So the reimagination of the landscape itself, I would still like to believe that is something which is due for us as researchers. And I think as researching community, if we start engaging on these aspects, then we can at least, going back to our students in our interactions, at least we give that notion that rural is not the way we perceive it, we understand it, or we define it. There is a new imagination which we need to put forward to the idea of rural, and hence the kind of transformative changes that are taking place. Rural regions are no longer passive agriculture spaces. they have shifted to become active emerging centers of innovation, connectivity, economic growth. And if all the disruptions, technological disruptions that are taking place, somewhere down the line, we really need to have some deliberations along this aspect. I hope you gain something out of the perspective that I had to share through the title of my talk, and I close my remarks here.
Sir, thank you so much for elaborative lecture and informative and valuable and eye-opening session, because it is very critical that India is the country of the villages, rural. So definitely food plays a critical role in our life. So now it is open, the session is open for questions. Participants, please.
Good afternoon.
Can ask questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lauko Shukla.
Yes, sir, please.
From the Kashi Institute of Technology, Varanasi. My heartfelt gratitude to all the team members of Malvi Mission Teachers Training Program team. And for last 3 days, this session has begun from 18th of this month. And really, from the bottom of heart, I say we are learning many things. My subject is mathematics, although, but many things I came across last 3-4 days session. My question is, sir, since today's this session is mainly concerned with agriculture area, that is the backbone of our country. One thing I come across in newspapers and media that our farmers commit suicide in spite of so many government initiatives in this direction, like innovation, startups, and PM Kisan Nidhi Samman Yojana. I think some honorable amount is credited into the account of landholder farmers. But still, sir, our and so many facilities provided by government agencies, our farmers are still committing suicide. Where we are still lagging in this area, sir? How we can help farmers so that this committing suicide will means become less or will stop. Please, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other question? Sideshji, do you have time for any other question?
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, sir. This is Ira Tiwari, and so nice to see you again. If you remember, we have met before in the NIPFP in December 2019.
Okay. Great, ma'am.
Thank you. Was like very nice to see you here delivering session. So wonderful session, sir. Yeah. So basically, sir, if you remember, I'm from Jhansi, Bundelkhand University. And in our area, mostly there are rural startups of students. Some are making sharbat from the bale. Bale sharbat is very popular. And some are making berries. I mean, something related to agri-food processing only. So how in the capacity of faculties, because like this is all about changing the imagination about rural areas and what upcoming changes are there. So what I can guide to them so that their startup can sustain, what should I like, how I should support them. Basically they are our rural this thing. Should I pinpoint to them some of the important schemes, or like what should be my direction of guiding them?
Okay. So I think to the first, Lavkushji, your concerns are very valid. I think my perspective would be so when a farmer die, if as society we are as in if our value system evolves in a manner that these the farmer society are not just statistics for us. In contrast, if we start understanding the loss of lives as loss of living repository of knowledge, because any farmer who has practiced farming as an activity for last, let's say, 15, 20, 30 years, and it's second, third, fourth generation farmer, then essentially we are losing out on our living repository of knowledge. And if we start appreciating the farming community as the torchbearer of climate adaptation, because they can guide us, it's not something that we can teach them, it's the other way around, that what we can learn from them, their understanding, because they are the ones who have been doing that on-field experiments to keep themselves sustainable for all these generations. I think that's the perspective which is missing, because if we start treating them as any farmer dying, for instance, any soldier dying is taken as a nation pride. Similarly, if any farmer lost is a loss of living repository of knowledge, which has protected these different biodiversity, I think that's where the change would happen. Because so long as it remains as statistics, just as statistics in number of deaths in road accidents, then essentially we are not giving it the due attention. Because, and this brings us also to another critical reality. If we ask our children, from where do we get food? They would simply say Zomato, Swiggy, or Blinkit. There is a disconnect, and which comes across different forums. So in a fast changing world, and in a generation which is not getting exposed to the kind of rural setting which we were exposed to, and even for us, I think it would largely be true that we happen to be that generation which seemingly had some relation to the rural settings. But so I think that perspective has to change. And if that perspective changes, I think if we start paying what they do with hand and skill, so there are skill development initiatives, but retaining those living repository of knowledge is something. I think there are changes taking place along those lines. But yes, they need to be strengthened much more in order to address this sort of concern, because somehow from the urban psyche, these are just numbers, and I think that is what put our future also at risk, so to say. I hope I have addressed your concern and your question. Ira, it's nice meeting you again. You have asked a very critical question, so to say, which is very difficult to be answered in a simple straightaway observation. But I think I would like to emphasize that that is why, for instance, at our university in 2025, we came up with the idea of this new center, which is Chaudhary Charan Singh Center for Agribusiness and Rural Entrepreneurship. And I think the initiatives from these centers gaining stronghold, I think more of collaboration, more of exposure to different perspectives, and also the fact that because it's not, as you were emphasizing, for instance, bale juice, for instance, bale is something which would still be not seen by many of our contemporaries, would not have been even consumed. So, double inverted quotes, the term desi, for instance, the desi beverage, if that gets marketed as not you can find Coca-Cola, you can find Pepsi where you cannot find clean drinking water. If that can have that reach through our own people, I think any agriculture produce, any beverage produced having rural connect can be marketed to any distance. It's just the value orientation which we have towards such things. And uh, I have I I myself consume these things, so I really understand the nutritive value of these things. So replacing Coke and cola with bale juice, I think, is something which has to catch up with the imagination of the consumer as well. And again, this takes me to the larger context which I was trying to arrive at. As consumers also, we need to evolve, because it is our changing consumption pattern is evident in the data, but our quality considerations, our nutritional requirements, the way we meet them, and having it from such that it make those changes scalable, which we are talking about and trying to emphasize as entrepreneurial initiatives to become viable. And because ultimately it is the consumer market which conditions their scale, or otherwise they have enabling conditions so as to market in the as it have prospects in the distant markets. So I think somewhere the critical balance has to be realized from us also as consumers, I think. And that is the larger point which I tried to emphasize. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you for elaborative lecture, highlighting the importance of especially the strategies and entrepreneurship that is much required in this era with regard to food. Thank you so much for your elaborative lecture, sir. It was informative. Thank you very much. And I also thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to give away welcome and also the vote of thanks. Thank you so much. Sir, over to you, sir. Rakesh, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Robin, sir, for the wonderful, you can say, delivery of this content. So, participants will be meeting at 2 o'clock, so after lunch session. Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Rakesh. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Hello. 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 Yes, yes. So can we start this session? So who's going to introduce, sir?
Namaste, sir. I'll introduce.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
this
ma'am.
is
Please,
Dr.
please.
Shankrama. This is Dr. Shankrama. Yesterday, I dropped a message. You said yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So the resource person has already joined. So you can just
Shall
introduce.
I? Or will I wait for?
Yeah, ma'am. Please, please start. So sir has
Yeah,
joined from my name, so no issues. So yeah.
yeah, sure, sir, sure. 1 second, sir. Namaste, everyone. This is Dr. Shankrama K, Assistant Professor in the Division of Nanoscience and Technology, School of Life Science, JSS CHGR. Today, privileged to introduce Praveen Kapoor, sir. So, Praveen Kapoor is a session business sir.
Yeah.
Sir, am I audible?
Good afternoon. Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, I think today is the session speaker is Praveen Kapoor, sir, or what? I might be a mistaken.
Praveen Kapoor, yes, myself. I'm joining with Dr.
Okay,
Rakesh Kumar.
okay. Shall I introduce?
Yeah,
Yeah.
please. Otherwise, I can introduce my as you prefer. Yeah.
Yeah. So Praveen Kapoor, sir, is a sessions business strategist, entrepreneur, and leadership mentor with more than 30 years of experience in cooperative management, business consultant, and startup advisory. He is specialized in business growth strategy, corporate relations, entrepreneurship development, and leadership training. He has worked with the leading organizations and institutions, including universities, government bodies, and industry associations, conducting entrepreneurship and business development programs. Sir is also associated with multiple ventures and startup initiatives, contributing as a founder, advisor, and mentor. Academically, he holds qualification in entrepreneurship and management, along with certification in quality management and project management. His expertise combines strategic planning, operational excellence, and leadership development to help business and entrepreneurship achieving sustainable growth. We were honored to have such an accomplished professional among us today. His contribution to entrepreneurship development and business leadership has positively impacted many organizations and aspiring entrepreneurs. So it is now my privilege to address Sir. So stage is yours, sir. So we are all waiting for your talk.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the management to inviting me for this, great session. Good afternoon, every teacher. All of you, it's my, salute to you because you all are actually creating the nation. Now you have joined this course, short-term course on Indian startup and ecosystem, innovation, venture creation. Now you are going to start, to mentor your students, or you may start your, your own type of research work. Or so, what I feel before proceeding on this topic today's, just want to see production planning and control. Before I move ahead, I would like to thanks to the management who has already invited me and share my brief profile. But before proceeding, I will like to start with the, to ask one question from all of you. Do you think that production planning and control, or what you can say procurement also, is only for the part of manufacturing business, or it is also applicable for the service sector? What's your opinion, dear friends?
Service sector also. Service
Sorry,
sector
sir?
also, sir.
Yes, great. Service
Production.
sector also.
Production means
Yes.
production is also for service. Yes.
Right.
Agriculture.
Very right. Very true, sir. Right. So I have 30 years of experience from service sector actually. Previously, I was, almost 15 years I was into the, corporates, B2B. I was handling the science program as an analyst. And then around 2013, I started my own venture, different ventures. That is also in the service sector. So So before proceeding, what I prefer to share today, I will try to share my experience from my venture. I will try to share my experience from the previous corporate's journey, where production planning I was handling as a head of that department. Right, I got the opportunity to handle this. Signed, if you have heard about the company CYIND, it's Indian Global Venture actually. And then in today's topic, I will prefer, instead of a big theory, I will try to take the example. We will discuss here we will do the jointly. Actually, I can understand. Number of you might be from, management itself. You might be teaching this type of topic. And this topic may be 3 credits or what you can say 20, 30 lectures, maybe. But you can understand those 30 lecture, 20 lectures cannot be covered into 90 minutes, second, and 90 minutes. So today I will try to share the overview and with my experience and with your experience, because you are into the service sector, I believe, right? Education is also service sector. So I feel that all of you are right now, 61% are there. You may share your experience, right? And we will come to know that we will also learn how, when I started in 2013, no, I started the, hybrid mode of entrepreneurship before leaving my last job in 2014, January. So before this, now we can start proceeding with this, my, session overview and agenda. These are the few steps I will discuss later. Before planning, production planning and control. Before in this, there is a one also word is there which I would like to finish first itself. Procurement planning. Procurement plan is nothing but is also part of the PPC actually. Okay. So in this, we will see in time to come how we should order our procurement. It could be the service sector, it could be the production really. But its main thing is कि आपने जब भी English Hindi both will be fine. Dear friends, English Hindi both will work now.
Sir, English is the better thing, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
great, thank you. Okay, fine. So when we are trying to procure, something for our production, or it could be the vendor selection or make or buy analysis and negotiation strategy. Before PPC, I am taking this procurement because later on I will not take much time on it. Procurement is nothing but to decide, pre-planning what you can say, whether we have to, build that product ourselves or we have to outsource that out, some other vendor company. Same way, how you will select the vendor. If you have studied your own company, it could be the service sector or into the production itself, manufacturing itself. So how you will select those vendors? और उससे negotiation strategy हमारी क्या होगी? Why I took this procurement on my first slide itself? Because here I will share my experience in the my first venture. Friends, when I 2013, when I quit my company, signed. There was, they are not allowing to leave me that company because of a number of reasons. They want I should not leave. But before 2013, I have already started my work around 2 years back itself. I started 2-3 type of, I see when I was into, corporate, I see number of vendors are coming to the, HR team or different, team. They are handled to managing different type of vendors. So I thought when I will start, what are the vendors, which type of vendors they are coming, so how many vendors are coming? I saw a number of vendors. One, recruitment vendors are coming. Second, this laptop maintenance or system maintenance people were coming. But those are providing AMC in my corporate sector. I'm sharing my experience. So when I started this now, so I know why I should not start these type of things when I start. So I was doing the system sale as a, or secondly, corporate hiring. Third, corporate training. Whenever I was planning to, when after the quit the company, I start these type of things to different corporates. They used to ask one thing. Do you have this experience? Are you getting what I'm trying to say? Whenever I share my proposal to any corporates, they ask first or most thing they ask, okay, you are sharing this theory proposal to us. Do you have this type of experience? If I say no, I have really started 2014 beginning, I have started, I registered this venture. So I have studied this. So they used to say, no, we need, how they are selecting the vendors. I'm sharing my experience. They used to say, okay, you have done this type of work in the corporate, that's we can understand. We will give you the corporate training, but on the part of a system or AMC or whatever you say, corporate signing, currently we will not able to, have the tie with you. This type of things were, I was handling when I started my own venture. Some say, no, we are okay with all proposals. Some say, no, we need your 2 years, 3 years or 5 years own experience in hiring. Then we will give you. Okay, that's fine. So this was the way how people select their vendors who will provide the, raw material. If suppose you are in the production, manufacturing sector. So you have to decide number of vendors, how many vendors will be, fine for your requirement. Accordingly, we will move. So with this procurement, what I will stop here and then I will move to the PPC only. Before this proceed, I would like to ask your feedback. You are into the education sector. You must be doing production planning and control in some way in your, education domain. You must be doing some, whenever there is a new semester starting, you might be, some of you or anyone of might be leading, might be preparing that, okay, this much of session will be provided, these new lectures will be planned like this. So I will prefer if one of you for 1 minute share your, thoughts, how you are handling the production planning in your class management, lecture managements. Anyone, please.
Hello.
Anyone? Yeah, please.
Sir, what I have the experience in regard to the production planning in terms of the education, we prepare first of all the lesson plan as per the allocated subjects, and we see what kind of study material or any specific books or caselets are required for teaching purposes, and then from which vendor, which publication houses, from where we can get those study materials. So I feel ki in regard to the education production planning or procurement planning can be related with that one aspect, that notion I have, sir, and related to
Very good,
this.
ma'am. Just before I will try interview, sorry for that. Can you please share? You told me you will share your thoughts that number of vendors you have selected. So how you select those vendors? Is there any criteria was in your mind?
Sir, with the help of library, and second one, we have like a book exhibition every year. So we get the this pamphlets and brochures of the publication houses, and based on the recommendations of the seniors or mentors, also board of study members, also they also suggest some books or some case study material. So we go to the library and we try to find out from the online library sources if possible, and if not possible, then we order or we request to our librarian sir ki if we can get this book as an specimen copy or number of these copies. So that thing, that one of the way. And another way is, if I am having, I'm attending some workshop, or I'm attending some, I meet some other faculty member, or I get to know that some good book on internet or on Amazon, so I can recommend, and then I can identify the publisher, which publisher is good in it.
Great, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, actually.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ma'am, actually, what happened, dear friends, actually, this type of things now we are going to, today in this section, production planning and control, as part of Indian startup ecosystem innovation. If, so as what ma'am shared her thoughts, how they are selecting, vendors, these type of things are, happening each and everywhere, actually. whether you are into the academia, whether you are into the other service sector or production sector, actually. Right. Very good, ma'am. Thank you so much. So before proceeding, I will, break these 3 words into small production, planning, and control. So I will first take this word production. When this word come into our mind, na, so what comes in first? कि production में क्या मतलब आता होगा? What is the domain in this production? Anyone?
The production might be related with the creation of the utility by changing the form of some product, some raw material or semi-raw material into a different kind of product which can be used for the satisfaction or fulfilling some need or utility creation. That is the production.
Sir,
Good, ma'am. Very good.
innovation,
Ma'am,
innovation.
yeah, please. Yeah, please add on.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
New kind of innovation.
Very good, very good. See, this is the topic which when I got this topic, I was thinking कि all are my participants are already professors actually, and they are already doing this type of activity in some way, right? It could be in your lecture when you are planning this, or it could be the, sometime I heard about number of my friends. I am associated with approx 100 academia, pan India. So number of friends used to told me, yeah, apart from my lectures, I am also handling this department, I am also handling this department, this and that. So I say, don't worry, you are doing the multitasking actually. Okay, when you are going to start your own venture, it will be easier for you. You all go as what I believe, right? Right. So yes, production, yes, as ma'am said, you said, yes, there should be some raw material input should be come, which could be processed in any way, and there should be some output, right? For what you can say something, suppose if there is a chair manufacturer who build a chair, so he brings some wooden wood there or steel to build the chair. So raw material is raw wood, right? In process he might be cutting himself or herself and to build the chair, and then output is the chair for the furniture, right? So if you talk about the production, motor we can cover like this. In there is an input. The second might be process. Process might be in different type of process. Different number of process could be there in manufacturing sector. And there is a one out. Yeah, please. Anyone want to say something? Okay. So this is the more. I hope someone wants to share something. No. Okay. So production is nothing but input, process, and output. If you are into the manufacturing company, then definitely manufacturing or number of process would be there as per your, manufacturing items. But there will be a concrete, output. When we talk about the production, then second what come into the mind is the planning actually. What could be the planning? अगर मैं यहाँ पे I would like to share my experience from my venture. Not my venture, I will share when I was into the corporate sector. CYINT, Dr. Mohan Reddy's company, India's global company. It's in the airlines, education, and IoT, railways, everything. So I'm talking about my corporate experience right now. When I was where I was handling the production actually, 15 years back, 14 years back. What happened? This is service sector domain. I was handling the 2 branches, Hyderabad and Noida. Approx 800 employees were there. That 15 people were directly reporting to me at that time. Under this, we can say that I was handling the different type of departments, QMS, production, as well as the B2B clients from at that time those clients, international clients, right? So what happened? I am sharing my thoughts from my corporate journey. So in production, what happened? There was a rule, one thumb rule was going on. How many people will be there for doing this type of work, and how many machines, means computers, will require. So mota what HR was doing, okay, this project has come, they have the threshold of last time previous okay, this type of project is there, so we will hire 20 people. Suppose I'm sharing the example, 20 people, 20 machines should be there, laptop systems, right? So this was the scenario which was going on for a long time. So in Noida itself, under my domain, I can say approx 400, 450 people were there in the Noida branches, 2 branches. Or production, we used to say not the manufacturing, service sector, IoT, and one department was the core software development, one was the core engineering department. Those are taking care of railway, some project from Indian government. I am talking about the particularly Noida branch. So when there was a delivery, we used to say, this was the trend. Okay, see the SOW, statement of work from the client. At that time, my client, my company's client was from UK and Belgium. So I got the SOW with, I used to sit with my project manager and we do the studies, what they are the requirement. When we finish their requirement, we agree their SOW. Then we distribute this project to the number of project managers as required manner. So it was going 6 months, yearly, 2 yearly, 3 years. This was a common process. So what happened? Suppose there was 100 people were working on those projects. So there was a trend. There will be QC team, quality check team will do the quality check of a system done by other production people, so that quality we can manage. But later on, when after quality, we used to release the project to our client, there was a penalty. If there is a error, there was limitation actually. So there was another team we formed to avoid the penalty. Suppose 100 team, there was 30 people that were distracted, removed from the production team. 20 high knowledgeable people were made into the quality check. Then third process was added willingly, release team. So it means out of 100, 30 people were not working for our production actually. They were doing the QC, they were doing the repetitive tasks actually, just to satisfy our client. This was going on 6 months, yearly, 2 years, 3 yearly. So I saw that the profit of the company was not increasing as, number of projects were increasing, but threshold was not increasing. Profit sharing was not increasing. There was the cost of these 30 people, those were removed from that working to this department, release and QC department. So we were sitting in the team where our team was allowed to have the, internally software development, we were allowed. We had the capacity to develop some tool for approx at that time 10 lakhs. So I got the idea why this release team back here, what they are doing just to save the, meet the threshold of our client. Can we automate that work again? We do the brainstorming. Those 10 people, 15 people, they were afraid actually. If our work is automated, then a company will fire us. Each one of you are sit with them and inform them that you will be not fired. Sorry, you will be moved to the other department. If this has this is got the success, this automation got success. Believe me, after successful implementation of those manners, not only safe for the production team, our client was also satisfied, much more satisfied. They used to give the escalation previously, now they are giving the satisfaction. Because not only we gain their satisfaction, but we were able to deliver their project really on time, sometime before time as per TAT. So when we are planning to production, we should also plan. This should not be happen कि यार ये company आ रही है, चलती जा रही है, चलते जाएं. Same way this happened to me when I was running my own venture. Now I'm sharing the production planning and control, all concept. I will share the theory, also I will cover that. Before that, I am sharing my experience, real experience. 2014 approx, I really formed the, providership company, not the LLP or private limited, right? See, I got the work. Staffy work, corporate training, and then this system hiring, as a channel partner. So one day I was sitting in my cabin and then thinking that after 6 months, 2 years is, my staff is increasing. My annual, what you can say, turnover is increasing. But net turn profit, what you can say, net profit for me, if I say, not increasing. Even that was not at par that I was drawing this salary up to 4 or 5 years, I can say. So even my team was across 30 people, right? My team was increasing. I was feeling satisfaction ka work aa raha hai aur deliver ho raha hai. So I was sitting in the cabin and then I was discussing these things here with my BD head. कि सी हमारा टर्नओवर नहीं बढ़ता जा रहा है, बट नेट प्रॉफिट जो है मेरा जो है नेट अपनी कंपनी की बात करूं तो अप्रॉक्स 5 to 7% से ज्यादा नहीं हो रहा है. We did the brainstorming also, everything. So later on I come to know, yeah, we should remove this segment separately. Hiring staffing solution is done separately, corporate training separately. Then we come to these strange things in front of me. When I was handling the only and only staffing solution, I divided the every segment separately again. BPO hiring separately, BFSI is hiring separately, FMG hiring separately, and IT and CXO level hiring separate. We come to know, I come to know, my co-founders, we were sitting together, we come to know that 30% of the revenue is coming from IT segment only. 70%, sorry, 70% revenue is coming from 30% of the work. Or rest of the revenue is coming from the 30% coming from all other sectors. तो I analyze यार क्या हम एकदम बंद कर सकते हैं क्या उन domains को, because I have the MOU also, though it's for the proprietorship at that time, but I had the MOU, we have to fulfill our client requirement also. So we thought, let's continue it, no issues. But later on, when lockdown comes, our staffing solution almost, there was no order from client actually. After this staffing solution, after the lockdown, we work only for, till now we are working only for IIT CXO hiring. Because when we know that we are earning 70% from this domain, why I should work for BSI, CMG or BPO sector? Are you, I hope I am able to share my experience. It is relatable with the topic. Any question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No questions.
Okay. So what happened after the production? This is the planning actually. Under the planning, what we have to do? We have to ensure कि जितना भी इनपुट आ रहा है, रॉ मटेरियल आ रहा है, चाहे सर्विस सेक्टर में हो चाहे प्रोडक्शन सेक्टर में हो, उसको हम प्लान कैसे करेंगे? Good planning is the importance of the plan कि bring alignment, efficiency of value of all three processes. कि हमारा रियल आउटपुट है, हमारा जो क्लाइंट है उसको क्वालिटी प्लस टाइमली डिलीवरी हमारे प्रोडक्ट और सर्विस की होनी बहुत जरूरी है. We have to ensure availability of quality material. यहाँ जब मैं इनपुट में बात करूँ क्वालिटी में, ये again that's come on the procurement also. Whether you will procure things which you have not identified or you have some pre-planning. As ma'am said that if you are planning for some raw material to purchase for education sector, definitely you have the pre-planning. कि how or where or who will be our vendor and why we will select those vendors. So these are the type of things we have to think actually. उसमें हमें customer satisfaction का होना भी बहुत जरूरी है. If there is no customer satisfaction, then no profit and no loss will not work in any way. Why I'm sharing my experience with this? Because our theme of this PPC is startup innovation for this entire week. So I thought I should share my experience also. This is a long definition. I would prefer not to read this. What is the production planning then? अगर हम बात करें तो why we are production planning and control. तो production हमें पता है तो planning की क्या जरूरत है? because we need the production volume कितना होना चाहिए, material requirement क्या है, shooting timeline क्या है, capacity available for production. Capacity available for production. Anyone, any can please share. You are from, might be from, you share your experience. कि capacity available for production में क्या हमें what we should think actually. What is your capacity available for production in the education sector? You might be handling the, HRT, you might be, apart from lectures, sometimes what happen, private universities, college professor used to share with me, apart from lecture, we are also handling this HR, we are also handling this type of work, we are also, even recruitment, we are, new students for new semester. So this might be your experience, but I would like to ask your experience on the capacity available for production, for education sector. What is capacity actually? Okay, I will share from my ventures. When I used to get the, orders from corporates, suppose my full month is blocked, or I say full week is blocked. Okay, for next full week is blocked for some other assignments or corporate trainings or whatever it is. So suppose one of the major client call me and says, sir, we need your, corporate training of on this Saturday, Sunday, coming Saturday, Sunday, because of week off, we do not want our production should be hampered. So can you come and then take the training or your stop? In this case, I am not available. What I should say? Because I know I am already blocked. My client is already blocked. This is very common phenomenon with you also. So what we should say? I want that client should not be gone from my hand. But I am busy in other assignment also. This common situation for you also. You might be busy somewhere, but you got some other lecture from other, such type of sessions. So what you used to do? In this situation, what you will do? Anyone, please? Friends, I can see your names. If please pardon me, I will call by your name. Please share anyone.
So I will be busy. I may decline because I will be already occupied.
Right. Very good. But I want to our client should
It
not
again
be
depends
go
on the
from my hand.
It depends on the priority. See, if it is priority for me, then I will accept, and the other one I will give up.
Very good, sir. Very good, sir. Definitely, there is no second thought actually. We will definitely decline actually. But as a company or I want, this is first time, suppose a big name is coming. And I got the call from after my proposal mail. So sometime what happened, I clearly say, suppose SCL Spock is calling or some other big corporate is calling, Sign is calling. I need this type of lectures or, corporate training on these days. I frankly says, openly says, boss, on these days, we are not available. Is it possible to postpone on next week? That's fine. Otherwise, sorry from our side. Same way, this is good philosophy actually. We should say openly, block them. If you are not available, then definitely you cannot go. Sometimes what happened, people used to say, yeah, you can skip, you can check what they are paying. Sorry. On that front, I never change, because suppose one says, okay, we will say pay $1, another one company says we will pay $1.50. So this is wrong, actually wrong. When we are doing the business, this type of cheap thoughts should never be coming into our mind. If we have promised someone that we are coming on these days, we have blocked this, so we should proceed accordingly. Right. So very good, sir. Sharing your thoughts. Same way we happen, this type of things happen, but we have to, deal with such situation very nicely so that that client should come again in the future if possible. So yes, production planning में हम कहते हैं कि there are 4 M actually. Man, material, money, machines. So these are our things, production planning control, these are our things we need to, optimize. Right. कि ये planning हम कैसे करें कि these are the, all things are available and we used to maintain कि हाँ भैया कि for each and every machine, suppose मैं production side की बात करूँ, 400 or 500 machines were there, कि every machine has the manpower for this, and every manpower has the machine, so that there should be no flow. कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि या तो मशीन खराब है या फिर sometime आपका core team member gone on leaves. So there is a backup also, emergency backup should be planned. Where that come risk mitigation. No doubt, risk mitigation is not, maybe someone say not part of production planning and control. But believe me, when I was doing for my venture, because risk mitigation, I always take care for my venture. Even corporate also. Ki suppose you plan this type of event, this short-term course or Indian startup online. What happened is sometime next mentor, some mentor is certainly not available. So what you will plan? What is the contingency plan? Risk planning. You have to be risk mitigation. So same type of things should be there. Even suppose you are doing some research and you are planning to start your own venture. In sometime your students come to you and they say we are planning to start your own venture. So please, my request, apart from PPC, you should ask them do the risk management also, do the risk mitigation. Suppose manpower is critical, manpower is not available on the right time. So how and what you will manage? Is sometime you in education sector exams are going on, exam during the faculty is not available by chance sometime. So what is the how you will manage other faculty during the exam? Some type of thing, So we have to plan like this. These are the tools for PPC which is already available on Google. I am audible from the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Again, sir, you are muted.
Yeah, now is clear. My voice is coming.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I was asking, so what are the core benefits actually? Benefits are nothing but optimized resource utilization. What are the resources available to you, whether it's machine, manpower, or other money management. So these are the benefits we receive after the production planning. Before I proceed, please allow me to share one video if I can play from this system.
दो बॉल बाकी और जीतने के लिए 6 रन चाहिए। भारत की उम्मीदें एक की आधी पर टिकी हुई है।
So are you able to see the video?
No, sir.
That's it for you.
No. They are using the video system of Guptaji. Sure.
Sir, when you share that screen, at that time there is an option of sharing system audio. You need to tick on that checkbox.
Now my video is visible.
Your
Video
screen is
visible.
visible, but we are not able to listen the voice of this video.
Sorry, please come again.
Sir, your screen is visible. We can see the video, but we are not able to hear the voice.
Okay,
Since
okay.
you haven't shared, you need to share the audio. System audio is needed to be shared. When you share that screen, then there is a checkbox is to be ticked out that you need to share the system audio also.
Okay, I'm trying. Actually, I'm using the Guptaji system.
No, just stop your screen share for now. Just please stop your screen share for now.
Stop share. Okay.
Yeah. Now again click on the share icon.
Share icon.
Yes. Then there will be miniature windows available select the first miniature window, and in the bottom there is a share audio icon should be there, must be there.
Share sound.
Share sound, exactly, sir. Share sound. You need to click on that share sound icon and then share your.
I'm trying. Yes, I'm trying now. Now it's visible.
Yeah, it's visible now, sir.
Thank you.
The video is perfectly audible to us and visible to us.
Come on, Sehwag. Sehwag की माँ. गेम के बाद.
No. Message for you.
माँ, कर लो दुनिया मुट्ठी में.
एक सोच थी, एक सपना था.
So friends, I hope you are able to see this video. Can you please share what is the learning? Why I have shared this video with my session? So what could be the impact of Reliance company when they released this video? So what was the impact of PPC for Reliance? Any thought? Anyone, please? Hope you could hear this video or understood this video. See, this video was 20 years back when Reliance company launched one mobile phone, right? Mobile phone they launch when they want to capture the one type of customer, those were not able to purchase those mobile phone actually, and condition was when you purchase their phone in the installment or whatever it is, you cannot use another SIM. Only customer has to use the Reliance SIM only, which was not replaceable. This was the condition, and then some SMS was 60 paise like that. We saw this in the advertisement. So yes, when you company launch, I am not trying to say that we should hire some legendary to promote our venture. I am not sharing this. I want to share what was the impact after doing this advertisement. What was the impact on the Reliance production after this advertisement? Can you please share your thoughts? What could be the impact? Production planning impact might be there, no? See, anyone please? When we are doing the marketing, actually, so we all knows, actually, you all knows, I know, that there is a direct indirect impact on your production. Agree? So,
Definitely,
yeah, please.
definitely, sir. Once advertisement is there, like advertisement always to grab the attention of the customers, and
Right.
positively it has impact.
Yes, true. Anyone else would like to add something? See, yeah, very truly you said, Dr. Sadisha, after the advertisement, Reliance company got the major, orders. When customers come to know that they can purchase these big, costly phones at that time with the, might be, I do not remember, 500 a monthly or whatever it is. So in 500 monthly, they are getting the, phone and with the SIM card from Reliance itself. They got the huge orders. When they got the huge orders, means they were pre-planned. Pre-planning in the PPC. Our order will increase. Previously, suppose they were planning, we will, introduce 100 or 1,000 mobile. But when they introduce this ad into the market, what they feel, they pre-plan. We know after the advertisement, our order from 1,000 per day may increase, may go up to 10,000, 10x. So there was a direct, indirect impact on their PPC. This is learning from this, whenever we are going to start our venture or your research study, you are going to start your own venture. Whenever now these days, or you are doing the, online marketing or different type of marketing, we should also consider our pre-planning should be according to our marketing strategy also. Right. So my screen is visible once again.
Yes, sir, visible, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Before taking this process, I would like to, take, please allow me to skip this. I will come later on. This I will take later on. I will take one small, I will prefer to do the one brainstorming. Right. Friend, this is a brainstorm jointly we have to do. This is a case study, you can say small case study. I need your thoughts. Production, under the production planning, you know what happened? One startup is there who is making this, your startup is producing eco-friendly cups. Eco-friendly cups. You received a big order, but your raw material supply is delayed. So in this situation, what should be, first step we should take actually? This is one type of scenario. It's happened in big company, big organization, or a startup, or even education. It might be according to. So please guide which of these four options we should select and why.
Option C.
Option C. Okay. Anyone else?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please.
I feel that option B, we can go for that. We can look for alternate raw material suppliers, because I believe that we should not rely on one supplier heavily, because there can be various reasons because of which maybe a supplier cannot be in a position to supply raw materials, because of which our entire production can halt. So
Okay.
it's always advisable that we should have some more suppliers to fall back on in such situations.
Okay. Anyone else? Someone's
Sir,
right. C.
I go with
Sorry.
I go with A, B, C, D. All.
With the
Sir,
B.
I go with A, B, C, D. All the four,
ABC.
and
Okay.
I will
Why?
request.
Why?
Because I need to be very, when I'm starting, I should to the customer, make sure that I should let them know what is the condition, and then I need to plan in such a way that
Okay.
source for the production, and I need to, like, based on checking the inventory and confirming how it is feasible, availability and everything, And also I should try to increase the production so that I can deliver as possible. Again, it all depends on how we communicate and how we put ourselves for the hour.
Okay, okay. So here, if I change slightly this question, if I say this is your first startup, right? You started 3 months back. Now, what will be your best answer? 3 months or 4 months?
Sir, initially you asked in the original scenario, you asked what should you do first?
Yes.
Decide it is. So that's why I said option C. Then at least first you need to have a correct assessment of your own situation, that how much raw material is available. Then only you can inform the customers, then only you can look for alternative. It is about the first step. Of course, all the 4 steps are important. But if the first thing we should know is to have a clear understanding what we are having in ourselves, then only we can plan production and do other things, control.
ऐसा क्या रॉ मटेरियल जो स्टॉक में है, जो हमारा स्टॉक ओवर हो गया या नहीं?
नहीं, पहले इनिशियली जब आपके पास ऑर्डर आया, आप में है कि रॉ मटेरियल सप्लाई डिले हो गया, तो क्वेश्चन इज व्हाट शुड यू डू फर्स्ट?
Yes, yes.
First thing is that you should know that how much raw material is available with you. You should check the inventory. Other things you can follow up later only.
Agree.
So original question, I think so, C option, and new situation.
Yes. For original scenario, yes, definitely. I am also with you. Your thoughts, actually. Yes, we should check. See, we are making some eco-friendly cups, right? Today I got the call from my vendor. He is not able to deliver today. He may deliver tomorrow or day after tomorrow. So we should not get the panic. I should check my store. I check whether okay मेरी जो डिलीवरी है, जो आज मेरे क्लाइंट को डिलीवर करना है, वो स्टॉक जो रॉ मटेरियल पड़ा है उससे फुलफिल हो रहा है, तो दैट्स फाइन. दिस इज वन थॉट. आई एम एग्री विद योर थॉट्स आल्सो. But sir said that we should all plan this. This maybe happen in a little bit big company, right? So my question is, मैंने जो refine किया था, एक second यहाँ. सर की स्क्रीन में राइट में एक और क्वेश्चन है. कैन यू रीड माय क्वेश्चन? आई एम नॉट एबल टू. एक यहाँ पे इमोजी और मैंने क्वेश्चन और लगाया हुआ है. आई एम नॉट एबल टू सी ऑन दिस स्क्रीन. कैन यू समवन रीड दिस फॉर मी? इसके सिस्टम पे आई एम नॉट एबल टू. Another scenario question, can you read? Anyone? This emoji, thinking emoji, it's right side. Can anyone read for me? If it is visible to you? No?
Sir, nothing is written there.
Nothing, okay. Right.
Mitigation.
So this is the second scenario.
Risk mitigation.
Sorry, sir. So shall we take this second scenario? Yeah, please share your thoughts.
You have multiple orders with different deadlines. Your team is small. How do you plan production?
Please consider it as a startup only. Then share your thoughts.
Sir, B.
Which one? B, D.
Sir, option B.
Option B.
Okay. Option B.
Sir,
Option B.
option B.
Share your logic, sir, please, ma'am. Anyone?
So like we need to prioritize our orders based on the delivery deadlines and resource availability, because yes, we cannot directly cancel all the orders. We need to prioritize. It is what for startup also, and it is applicable for, I suppose, for all the organization. It is important.
Right. See, here, very good, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Benesh Swami, I would like to share one, my negative, what you can say, my failures with you also. I would like to share my failure in this PPC. Shall I share? I'm happy to share my failure. What happened when I studied this such career services before business, BBOS technology? in 2014. What happened after 1 year? We definitely our startup is growing, our venture is growing, so we will increase our team members also. So what happened? I planned कि भाई मेरे these are the orders for hiring staffing consultancy. I'm talking about, not the system AMC or ERP sales. So I am talking about this specifically for staffing scenario. So what happened those days? See, जब मैंने टीम बढ़ाया तो I hired one PG 4 year or 5 years experience in the management field guy, and make him the head of the business development, right? So he worked with me approx 1 year and a half year. So what happened? I got his trust. So my all business development was handled by this guy only, right? So अब हुआ क्या, जब मैं 1.5 साल के मेरे साथ रहा तो ट्रस्ट था, तो आई वाज आस्किंग या प्लीज टेक केयर ऑफ ऑल एमओयू, टेक केयर की भी कौन सी कंपनी से किस एमओयू का बात हो रही है, क्या रेट चार्जेस है, एंड यू शुड टेक केयर, है ना? और फिर देन ही इज आल्सो रिस्पांसिबल टू ब्रिंग द न्यू वर्क आल्सो. So what happened one day, that time my company was not the registered. It was on the partnership only, and my CA was saying, "यार, as soon as you will cross 10 ना, तो आपके क्या EPF, VPF वगैरह शुरू हो जाएगा." वो he was guiding me actually. तो मैं वो he was sharing, "यार, please register your company." मैंने कुछ नहीं होता यार, कोई बात नहीं. तो what happened? He quit my company, this guy, business development head. So he started his own venture. He knows my all clients and my rate card charges. He approached all of them, all my clients, with the 1% less what I was charging. Can you believe? कि सडनली मेरे को ये था कि भाई मेरा सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है, मेरे को जरूरत ही नहीं है, आई एम फ्री, एक बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट वो देख रहा है, दिस एंड दैट देख रहा है, हायरिंग का है टीम लीडर कोई और था मेरा. What happened after 2 months, 3 months, 6 months? I came to know because of what happened. Signed where I was as a senior employee over there. So one day, what happened? I reached over there with my because he was not there, so I reached there with my hiring team as there was hiring was going on. He also reached over there with his 2-3 recruitment team. I got the 50% selection for my जो recruiters जो वहाँ पहुंचे थे, उनमें से जो मैन पावर पहुंची थी, उनसे काफी लोगों का सिलेक्शन हुआ. He did not get the one hiring from them. Later on, second, third, what I came to know, from each and every hiring team, Praveen, yeah, from your employee we got this. So what was the mistake I have done? Can you please share? I have done the one biggest blunder actually. But I say myself, I will share my story further. But I want you, if you can pick up my blunder mistake from my half story, can you please share what I have done wrong? Anyone, please. My CA was used to guide me. I was ignoring him. This is the hint. Please share. Catch my blunder mistake. Anyone, please.
That you have not registered, you missed registration.
Right. Actually, see, what happened? Actually, if you are registered, so you sign the MOU also with your employee. Employee को employee letter देते हो आप. I was not signing that. मैं उसके साथ employee के साथ मैं sign ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि भाई तू मेरे client के साथ नहीं, वहाँ पे clause आ सकती है legally कि वो क्लॉज में वो साइन कर ले. नॉर्मल हेडर पे लेटर पे देने कोई फायदा नहीं होता. वो रजिस्टर करा फिर बाद में, फिर उसमें क्लॉज डाली मैंने आफ्टर दी बिग जग, बट मैंने सेव किया अपने आप को कि उसमें एम्प्लॉयज की मैंने वो डाली कि भैया कोई भी एम्प्लॉय मेरा जो है मेरे क्लाइंट्स के पास जो है एबिलिटी मुझे छोड़ के 6 महीने साल भर तक नहीं ज्वाइन कर सकता. सेम क्लॉज मेरे एडवोकेट ने, मेरे सीए ने एमओयू में दिलवाई कॉर्पोरेट्स के साथ कि कंपनियां भी जो मेरे साथ काम कर रही हैं मेरे एम्प्लॉय को नहीं हायर कर सकती. दिस वॉज दी ब्लंडर मिस्टेक. जब हम स्टार्टअप शुरू करते हैं ना, वी यार चलो छोड़ो ना, कंपनी क्या रजिस्टर करानी है, दिस एंड दैट. सो दिस वॉज द लॉस. बट लॉस कन्वर्जन मेरा प्रॉफिट में हो गया बाद में आफ्टर 6 months. कैन यू बिलीव He was not able to, survive because of he was not able to close the things. He knows how to do the business development. But second part is how to close it, hiring, staffing solution. वो नहीं आता था उसको. Can you believe he is still with me as a partner? He was very good guy. मैंने उसको वापस लिया, चार्म लिया, now he is my partner. मैं उसको अलग नहीं जाने देना चाहता था कि वो मेरे को पता है उसकी स्किल. डेफिनेटली ही इज 20 years यंगर देन मी. मैं तो अभी 55 का हो गया हूँ, वो तो 20 साल. तो मैं ऐसे बच्चों को छोड़ना नहीं चाहता था. मुझे पता है बच्चा बड़ा अच्छा है, स्मार्ट है, इसको करना है. तो नाउ ही इज माई नॉट द पे रोल, ही इज माई पार्टनर. तो हमें ये भी प्लानिंग करनी है कि भाई जो बच्चा बाहर जा रहा है, राइवल कैसे खत्म करने हैं. ट्रू, एग्री. हमें अपने राइवल भी तो खत्म करने हैं ना. तो वो प्रोडक्शन प्लानिंग में प्री प्लानिंग वो भी क्यों ना किया जाए. सो दिस वाज द केस आई थॉट आई शुड शेयर अंडर दिस. We left half an hour before taking few more questions. Let me complete one small this one. We all knows actually ना प्लानिंग क्या होती है. अगर हम प्रोडक्शन प्लानिंग कंट्रोल की बात करें, ठीक है ना, कि हमें क्या क्या प्री प्लानिंग करनी है, कैसे इनपुट आएगा, कैसे आउटपुट आएगा, कैसे आगे हमें बने 4 एम्स को कैसे मैनेज करना है. एक्चुअली रूटीन क्या है? रूटीन इज नथिंग बट कि वो जो रूट्स हैं, जो कौन कौन से रूट्स होंगे जिससे वो सारे प्रोडक्शन जो है निकल के उसके थ्रू निकलेगा, विल प्रोसीड फ्रॉम दिस रूटिंग. शेड्यूलिंग ये है कि उस टाइप को प्रोजेक्ट को हमने शेड्यूलिंग टाइम लाइन क्या दिया है. और फिर उसके बाद आता है कि हम लोड कैसे, लोड इज दिस नथिंग बट कि वो मशीन पे वो मैन पावर इज अवेलेबल. अगर मैं सर्विस सेक्टर की बात कर रहे हैं तो इवन फॉर यू माइट बी दैट भाई आप काम एजुकेशन सेक्टर में बात कर रहे हैं, यू हैव दी दिस ऑनलाइन इवेंट मैनेजमेंट ही है ये भी ऑनलाइन कोर्स का. तो उन्होंने ये प्लान किया भाई इसमें लेक्चर मेंटर्स कौन से बाहर से आएंगे, कौन सा कोर्स कैरिकुलम क्या डिवाइड किया जाएगा, सिस्टम सबके पास लाइक दैट. फिर उसके बाद डिस्पैच कैसे किया जाएगा. इंटरनली डिस्पैच की बात हो रही है, यहाँ बात डिस्पैच आउटसोर्स की नहीं है, कंपनी से बाहर की मैं बात नहीं कर रहा अभी की इंटरनली अगर प्रोडक्शन कंपनी है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी है, तो लेवल 1 से लेवल 2 में इनपुट में जाना है जो किसी के लिए आउटपुट है इनसाइड द फैक्ट्री इटसेल्फ. तो वो डिस्पैच टाइमली हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा. फिर फॉलोअप में मैं तो कहूँगा यहाँ पे क्वालिटी ज्यादा अच्छा रहता है. ये तो मैंने गूगल से उठाया है. तो क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड हमें मीट करना बहुत जरूरी है. सो दिस इज द सिनेरियो. इसी ग्राफ का अगर थोड़ा स्क्रीन में देखें तो व्हाट वी विल बी प्रोड्यूस. इसके बाद हम एग्जांपल वही इको फ्रेंडली कप्स का लेंगे. देन वी विल ओपन दिस फॉरम टू Q&A. तो व्हाट विल बी प्रोड्यूस, हाउ विल बी प्रोड्यूस, हु विल बी, यही जो मैंने अभी आपको बताया 4 एम्स इसमें आना चाहिए. नीचे एक बेकरी का एग्जांपल दिया हुआ है कि भैया अगर बेकरी सिनेरियो ले लेते हैं कि कुछ आटा कितना मतलब किलोग्राम चाहिए, कितने बेकर्स चाहिए, कितने वर्कर्स होने चाहिए, यू आर प्लानिंग लाइक दैट कि कितने ओवन होने चाहिए, है ना, कितना आउटपुट आना चाहिए. दिस टाइप ऑफ प्लानिंग वी आर डूइंग ओवर हियर. देन रूटिंग इज नथिंग बट कि भाई प्रोडक्शन 1 से मशीन 1 से 2 में 3 में अगर तीन प्रोसेस में जाना है तो क्या क्या जाएगा. वही केक का सिनेरियो ले लें तो मिक्सिंग स्टेशन 1 होगा, सेकंड हो माइट बी ओवन स्टेशन हो, माइट बी डेकोरेशन हो रही है थर्ड पे. तो दीज आर द इंटरनल मैटर्स ओनली. रूटिंग किस रूट से जाएगा, दिस इज स्मॉल एग्जांपल. शेड्यूलिंग यस अगेन टाइमलाइन कि आपने प्लान किया ये काम इतने बजे स्टार्ट होगा, इतने बजे खत्म होगा. दैट शुड बी मैच. यहाँ पे अगर जो कोर्स मटेरियल उन्होंने बनाया है कि उन्होंने ये बनाया कि आज टुडे देयर शुड बी 4 लेक्चर्स, this lecture should start this and this should be finished with this. This type of scheduling, this time should be followed. Loading, workload management, workers and machine. मुझे लोड कर दिया गया है for इस machine पे with this lecture. This is good example I can say. Dispatching, I am dispatching, not this is dispatching, I am dispatching the required material to you through online. Agree or not? You are also doing, you might be also doing on your, if you are delivering the online lectures. Is it okay? Is it true with you? Any question till now? No question. Then you are so friends, please be in my shoes. You all are for next 20 minutes. Please don't think you are the faculty members. Just think you have started one of the biggest unicorn. You are going to start eco-friendly material. You are going to make this cup. What you can say? So we will discuss. I will prefer to take your inputs also. Okay, all these steps, how we will follow to make this successful venture. So how we will do the forecasting demand under the production planning, pre-planning. कैसे करें? अगर स्टार्ट आपने आज 1 महीने पहले स्टार्ट किया तो हमने उसके हिसाब से सोच रहे हैं फोकसिंग डिमांड कैसे करेंगे. आपने इसी हफ्ते रजिस्टर कराया. वी विल रजिस्टर दिस कंपनी टुडे. सो हाउ वी विल डू द फोरकास्टिंग डिमांड और हाउ वी विल आफ्टर द 1 year हाउ वी विल डू द फोरकास्टिंग डिमांड. देयर इज अ डिफरेंस. अगर आप टुडे यू आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट टुडे देन व्हाट इज विल बी द फोरकास्टिंग. ओके आई मेक इट इजी. आप अभी इसी वेंचर में 1 साल हो गया है, आपके पास डेटा है, then how you will do the forecasting demand, please? Anyone, please? Forecasting demand के लिए हमें क्या क्या what we should do actually? If you are planning to
Okay, sorry, I'm interrupting, sir.
Can you please come again?
Yes, sir. For forecasting demand, if it's a startup, like just we have started our business. So, sir, from the market trends, we can find it out, or we can go for the forecasting, because if the consumers are demanding such type of eco-friendly packaging, so accordingly we can forecast our demand. As well as if the startup
Thank
is
you so much.
1 year old, or suppose like we have already in that business, so there are the different trend analysis. So through that trend analysis, we can work on the forecasting of the demand.
True, very
the
good.
Demand
Very good.
graphs are there, various demand graphs are there. So through that also we can analyze about the forecasting part.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for him. Thank you. Very good. So you have already covered all the real thoughts what we should think actually. So after this comes, predicted sales and actual sales. Suppose eco-friendly cups हमने बनाया 10,000 cup per month based on the local order. What happened कि आपकी ये जो blue line है predicted sales है, actual sales जो है कभी dip भी जा रही है. यहाँ हमें 1 साल हो चुका है. You are into the business, already into the business. Now you are planning, you are predicting कि मेरी जब sales down जा रही है, what could be the reason? वो हमें क्या thoughts सोचने चाहिए? What should we think? I will prefer if anyone has not shared her or his thought. Any new guy, please.
Sir, maybe some competitor has entered the market alongside.
आपकी आवाज कम आ रही है या तो इसमें.
सर हो सकता है कोई कॉम्पिटिटर मेरे साथ मार्केट में मतलब अलोंगसाइड मेरे साथ एंट्री की हो.
Very good, very good. This is one of the biggest risk actually. So I am thinking now, before coming over here, I was thinking why I am going to take this lecture, because all faculty are already aware of these things. Just we are recapping and we are learning from each other. Right? Very true. See, आपने जो लास्ट पॉइंट बोला कंपटीटर कोई मार्केट में आ गया, राइट? तो अदर माइट बी कोई सीजनल डिप हो गया हो या कोई कॉफी का किसी का ऑर्डर कम आ गया है, तो दिस माइट बी सिनेरियो व्हिच वी शुड कंसीडर, वी शुड थिंक. समटाइम आपकी तरफ से कोई प्रोसेस डिले हो रहा है इनसाइड. एक है, मैंने शुरू में एक एग्जांपल लिया था कि वहां मार्केट से मेरे जो वेंडर ने कहा था कि प्रोडक्ट जो है डिलीवरी लेट होगी. But sometimes what happens in your production area, in your education sector or service sector, inside your area, your production getting delayed. वो क्या रीजन हो सकता है? सपोज इसी इको फ्रेंडली कप में है तो वो कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे या क्या हो सकते हैं, उसका रिस्क मिटिगेट कैसे करेंगे? हाउ वी विल डू द रिस्क मिटिगेशन अगर अभी नहीं हुआ है तो, हो जाए तो. एनीवन, नॉट ओनली दिस, इवन आप एजुकेशन सेक्टर का बोल सकते हो.
तो कहीं सप्लाई चेन में बॉटलनेक है, रॉ मटेरियल सप्लाई.
That is from outside. But I'm now talking, everything is inside our production area.
Okay.
Inside our college, inside our factory, हमारी साइड से कुछ डिले ना हो जाए तो what we will do?
Sir, we should work on our controlling mechanism. Planning के साथ में controlling बहुत important है.
बिल्कुल.
So we can work on that part also.
right?
Sir, we
So
need to check that all processes which we have designed are perfectly in sync with each other, or is there any loophole which is creating hurdle or creating the delay? So
बहुत
we
बढ़िया मैम,
can do
बहुत बढ़िया.
internal scanning, or there are two parts, so internal scanning as well as scanning of the external part. So as ma'am said, that competitors can be there, so they can be the part of external environment, but simultaneously we also should know in our internal part of organization, related to the employees, related to the processes, related to the procedures, policies, or raw materials, suppliers, legal part, is we need to check each and every aspect. I feel entrepreneur need to be very cautious at every stage, so that the smooth production can be ensured.
Very true, ma'am. Totally
And
agree
that
with
is
you.
on the controlling
Thank-
mechanism.
Yeah.
Right.
Backup.
Yes, yes.
Very true.
Thank you, sir.
See, if I talk about in my previous 12 years back, my example I share ना, कि it could be possible कोई machine खराब हो जाए, some manpower goes on leave. In my scenario, वो manpower छुट्टी पे नहीं, वो तो मेरा प्रोजेक्ट ही लेके चला गया है. So this type of risk mitigation we have to plan. कि मेरे भैया मैन पावर मैंने 5 लोग डिप्लॉय करे हुए हैं, सपोज इसी इको फ्रेंडली कप की बात करें, या कोई मशीन ब्रेक डाउन हो जाता है, या फिर कोई मैन पावर मेरी लीव पे गोज ऑन लीव, सडन लीव, सो व्हाट इज माय बैकअप प्लान? इज इट ट्रू? राइट मैम? एनीवन?
Yes, sir.
So we
Sir,
also
also,
think like this.
sorry to interrupt, sir. Sir, one more point I want to share, I thought. Hello?
Please continue.
Sir, one more thing, like we also need to work upon the feedback received from the customers. So might be we are getting some feedback, but we are overlooking it, because of which also our sales might go down in the market. This might be one.
बहुत बढ़िया मैम, वेरी गुड, बहुत बढ़िया. ये पॉइंट मैं भी अभी मतलब शेयर नहीं किया था, आपने शेयर किया, बहुत बढ़िया.
Thank you, sir.
दिस इज द फाइनल कस्टमर सेटिस्फैक्शन. अगर कस्टमर सेटिस्फैक्शन इज नॉट देयर, अभी बिग हो या स्टार्टअप कोई भी हो, वी विल क्रैश. Feedback is much more relevant to our business. Very true. Anyone else would like to add something else? Okay, shall I proceed? Material planning we all can do. Definitely, this is nothing big things actually. कितना ऑर्डर है उस हिसाब से हमें बनाना होगा. We all can do. ये एक और चीज है, मतलब suppose this is Gantt chart routing and different. कि suppose we are doing this इको फ्रेंडली कप का ही काम कर रहे हैं सपोज, तो स्टार्टअप है और हमें हो गया 6 महीने हो गए सपोज, और 3-4 लोग ही काम कर रहे हैं हमारे पास. वी हैव ओनली 4-5 पीपल ओनली. तो पहले 2 दिन तो वो पल प्रिपरेशन में काम कर रहे हैं. देन नेक्स्ट 1 day they are doing this molding work. फिर नेक्स्ट 3rd day they are doing the drawing work, like this graph, है ना? How we can improve? Complete production in the shorter time without increasing cost. वो हम क्या कुछ प्लान कर सकते हैं जब हमें पता है कि हमें कॉस्ट इंक्रीज नहीं करनी है, हमारा स्टार्टअप ही है, वी डू नॉट वांट, वी कैन नॉट बियर एक्चुअली कॉस्ट इंक्रीज, हम बियर नहीं कर पाएंगे. तो हमें क्या थॉट्स आने चाहिए, क्या वी शुड डू एक्चुअली अंडर द प्रोडक्शन प्लानिंग, रूटिंग एंड शेड्यूलिंग के अंदर?
So we can go for, we can divide our production into different batches, go for batch-wise production.
Okay. Right. Okay. Anyone else? Batch-wise production, one answer. Second, I'm looking one more, please.
Parallel production, simultaneously doing all the processes.
Parallel production.
Yes. Like if we have sufficient staff then we can do these processes simultaneously. Some processes which can be done simultaneously.
Definitely, definitely. So we have to, both of you are very true, definitely we have to see if we are startup with doing this activity and we are taking for how many days? 4 and 5 days to complete this. So definitely we have to check on not only initial 6 months only, every 1 year, 6 months you have to process. You should have process कि क्या इसमें कुछ इम्प्रूवमेंट और हो सकता है. यहाँ जैसे आप दोनों ने ही बताया, both can be easily incorporated in this activity. अगर मैंने 4.5 वर्किंग डे है, क्या मेरा 4 भी हो जाए तो मेरी कॉस्ट सेविंग होती है. मैन पावर की जो सैलरी जा रही है वो बचती है, टाइम बचता है. और जो ये पता चलता है कि कहीं मेरी आइडल मशीन पड़ी है तो वो मेरे को यूटिलाइज करनी है. आइडल मशीन प्लस एक्सेस लेबर इज कॉस्ट टू माई वेंचर एक्चुअली. Same way we have to plan actually. Very good, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable inputs. मैं यहाँ ऊपर कुछ पढ़ने वाला नहीं हूँ, जैसे स्मॉल कि सपोज ये मेरी डिलीवरी है तो ये 3 कप्स आर विजिबल टू यू. मेरा क्वेश्चन इस पे नहीं लिखा हुआ शायद. तो कस्टमर मेरा रिजेक्ट करेगा, एक्सेप्ट करेगा, हैप्पी होगा या क्या होगा? ये 3 टाइप के कप मैंने एक ही कस्टमर को डिलीवर कर दिए. व्हाट विल बी द कस्टमर फीडबैक? बीच में जो है लीक कर रहा है ग्लास, एक लेफ्ट में जो फर्स्ट ग्लास है उस पर प्रिंटिंग नहीं हुई है, इको फ्रेंडली का जो लोगो होते हैं या जो भी है. लास्ट में बिल्कुल ठीक है, ना लीकेज है ना प्रिंटिंग है, सब कुछ ठीक है. सपोज एक स्लॉट जो मेरे कस्टमर को डिलीवर हुआ, आपके कस्टमर को डिलीवर हुआ, तो उसमें से लगभग 30% कप ऐसे गए जो लीक हो रहे थे या फिर उस पर लोगो प्रिंटेड नहीं था. व्हाट यू विल डू? व्हाट विल बी योर फीडबैक?
सर यहाँ क्वेश्चन लिखा हुआ है कि विच डिफेक्ट इम्पैक्ट द कस्टमर सेटिस्फेक्शन द मोस्ट. तो सबसे ज्यादा तो बीच वाला जो सिनेरियो है जहाँ लीक कर रहा है, यही उसके सेटिस्फेक्शन को सबसे ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट करेगा. चाहे प्रिंट ना हो तो भी चल जाएगा.
Right. Okay. Okay. You are able to read that. Okay. I'm not in my screen not able to see that. Okay. Very good. Very good. जो लीक कर रहे हैं वो तो रिजेक्ट हो गई होगा. लेकिन अब दूसरा जो मैं अपनी तरफ से बोल रहा था, अगर मतलब पूरा 30% स्लॉट में जो खराब गया है, तो व्हाट एज ए ऑनर ऑफ योर वेंचर यू कम टू नो कि मेरे एक क्लाइंट के पास ऐसा गया है, 30% ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट मतलब सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है उससे वो. व्हाट जनरली व्हाट वी शुड डू? इंडस्ट्री में हम देखते हैं कि भाई बड़ी बड़ी कार लॉन्च होती हैं, 4 व्हीलर्स लॉन्च होते हैं. वी हैव टू समटाइम वी लिसन कि किसी 1-2 गाड़ी में कुछ कुछ प्रॉब्लम आई है, तो बिग इंडस्ट्री तो सारा पूल को ही मार्केट से उठा लेते हैं. राइट? दिस इज ट्रू. कैन वी डू दिस इन माय वेंचर इन स्टार्टअप?
सर इट इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट कि हम कंपनसेट कैसा करते हैं, बिकॉज इट इज व्हाट द प्रॉब्लम्स विल हैपन और ऑक्योर. क्योंकि बिजनेस है तो प्रॉब्लम्स आना ही है, बट इट इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट दैट हाउ वी कंपनसेट इट. इट इज इन प्रोडक्शन एज वेल एज इन द सर्विसेज ऑल्सो. इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट दैट हाउ यू अप्लाई द वेरियस स्ट्रैटेजीज टू compensate. This is also one of the strategies. So it is again depend on your creativity, your innovative thoughts, that mistakes are there, but how you compensate it. Then customer can say okay, they can be comfortable.
Big round of
like
applause.
you can
Big
give
round of
some
applause. Okay. Big round of applause for all of you. You are sharing your thoughts wonderfully, Definitely. We all of you already aware actually. Whenever your students come to you, they are planning to start their own venture. You can also guide these small things actually, कि भाई ये माइट भी पॉसिबल कि आपका जो प्रोडक्ट डिलीवर हो जाए तो आप क्या थॉट्स रखते हो, क्या उसकी कैपेसिटी कैसे करोगे, क्या हमारी स्ट्रेटजी होनी चाहिए, क्या हम बिग कंपनियों की तरह सारा लॉट बाहर से मंगवा लेंगे, क्या हमारी कैपेसिटी है इतना लॉस बियर करने की, या फिर कोई हम एक स्लॉट उनका खराब गया है तो हम उसके केवल एक ही स्लॉट को फ्री में एक और डिलीवर करा दें. Like that. These are the part of our strategy. What should be our strategy actually? But again, these should be come under the production planning and control, जो हमारा मेन थीम है. एक क्वेश्चन, please allow me to take one more question, then we can go for Q&A. ये क्वेश्चन है, your startup training program depends on the one expert trainer. Okay. Suppose this is the online training program going on. You have planned this online training program going on इंडियन स्टार्टअप इनोवेशन सिस्टम. तो उसमें बिगेस्ट रिस्क क्या है? इस कॉलेज ने जो ये ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज किया है, जो 1 हफ्ते का है शायद, राइट?
Yes,
दिस
sir.
इज, या सो
1
1
week.
हफ्ते का है, तो what they might be facing the biggest risk.
Sir, option A.
A.
ओके, यहाँ पे तो स्टूडेंट तो कोई है नहीं फ्री में, चलो ठीक है। ऑप्शन नॉट, ऑप्शन बी इज रोल आउट फॉर दिस कोर्स। A, okay. Anyone other views? And why A?
Sir, because the success of any online program especially depends upon the quality of any training program, offline or online, depends mostly on the quality and the content of the trainer, provided by the trainer. So if the trainer is not available, even if the students are available but trainer is not available, then who is going to conduct the training? That's the basic question. So trainer is, of course, students are or
Very
the
good, very good.
trainees are required, but both aspects are required, trainer as well as trainee. So we cannot say कि without students or without trainee it will be possible, and similarly without trainer also it will not be possible. And but the point is the trainer should be good enough so that the engagement of the trainees can be enhanced. So that can make one means difference, that can create one difference between a successful and between an average kind of training workshop.
Yes, yes.
That's my, sir, my view.
One. Right. Very true, very true. You share very wonderful your thoughts. Yes, in this scenario for even online organization, A is the valid answer. You share your thoughts. That's very nice. Suppose in this scenario, can I share, change this question? Not only online, this training is suppose Byju's like, app, Byju's like startup. They have, doing this type of training, right? For 10th, 11th, 12th students, I believe, right? सपोज ये सिचुएशन उनके लिए है और स्टूडेंट्स जो है क्वार्टरली फीस उनको शायद हायर कर लेते हैं उनसे, मे बी, मतलब बाईजू का पूरा सिनेरियो, मतलब सपोज दे आर चार्जिंग 100 रुपीज, माइट बी दे आर गिविंग द इंस्टॉलमेंट्स कि 4 इंस्टॉलमेंट दे कैन पे, राइट? सो उस सिनेरियो में ये बात हो रही है, अगर बाईजूस टाइप का स्टार्टअप हो गई तो हमारा आंसर क्या होगा?
Sir, I think in that case, the option B will be the first thing to check, because it is very much important to have the financial support if you want to call the good trainer. So it means everything involves the cost, and that is very much true. Let's accept. So means if you are not getting the fees or proper funding sources, then it will be little bit difficult to organize a good kind of good level of workshop. So
Very good,
even
very
if so yeah, that is my
yes,
answer.
yes, very true. Even I believe, yes, one C or D is not the good option. Actually, there should be one more option there, C, कि जो expert है उसकी जो content quality है वो कैसी है? Byju's में it might be possible they are teaching their material, Byju's का जो material है, suppose, but I believe अगर उनकी quality standard ठीक नहीं है, they are not able to teach, convey their message to the students on time. So it might be other options could be there. Yes, very true, ma'am. So here I will finish. I will not take another question. You have any question, please? If you have any question, please share.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. Please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is related to the question which we are discussing right now, that option A and option B, good trainer, non-availability when be needed, and students not paying timely fees. Why students are not paying timely fees? That is the question. Where we are means not providing them the study material, or where we are lagging. We should think about it. And yes, option A is also important. Trainers should be available whenever students require. That will develop the strength of beliefness in our startup. That is very necessary. We can get other students because some students are not paying fees. We can find other students. But if our trainer is available and he is providing quality education, definitely we will get students. And they
Definitely.
will pay the fee. And they will pay the fee.
True, very true. It might be other possible key. Suppose I'm not aware, but just my thoughts only. Suppose Byju's type, startup delivering the expertise are delivering on the online session, but some way other glitches are there. Technical glitches are coming. Might be their clients means students may face some difficulties to listen their voice. Suppose if I am the trainer from Byju's and my voice is not going there to my participants, what I'm trying to share. So these are some technical glitches might be there, some technical or quality standard is not there. So number of challenges we have to find it out कि why हमारा जो students fees pay क्यों नहीं कर रहा है. Very true. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Anyone else? Anyone else? Otherwise, I will prefer if we have the time, then I will take one more question. Edwin, do we have other friends? Do you prefer to take one more question? Or shall I wind up our session? I need your answer, yes or no, it was wonderful or not.
Kindly go ahead, sir.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Shall I share other question?
Sure. Welcome.
This is the question. Last question. Suppose you or your students are starting, a new Swiggy type food delivery startup in your city. You have limited funds, means you are a new venture, and many things to set up before launching. What is before launching? Right? Now, question is, what should be your first priority to focus on before launching? Before the Swiggy type, food delivery app you are planning to start. So these are the options. Spend money on marketing to become popular quickly. Second, onboard enough good restaurants and ensure smooth delivery operations. Third one is build a fancy app with all advanced features. Hire a large team for all departments.
B.
Sorry, B. B for Bombay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why? Please share your logic.
Yes, sir. Because first of all, we should have we should be clear from our side that we are having enough good restaurants and we can deliver. Then only marketing and app building will. Suppose we have built an app, suppose we have done marketing, but we do not have product to deliver.
यहाँ पे ना आज आपको मैं अपना लगता है सब कुछ शेयर करने वाला हूँ. जब मैंने 2013-14 में मैंने अपना वेंचर स्टार्ट किया था, बिलीव मी, मैं पहले कस्टमर से एमओयू लेके आता था. एम्प्लॉय भी बाद में ऐड करता था कि भैया मेरे को 2 एम्प्लॉय भी रखने हैं अगर, तो भैया वो खाली ना बैठे, पहले मैं काम लेके आ जाऊं. उनको मैं खुद डिलीवर करने की कोशिश करता था. जब काम टाइमली डिलीवर नहीं पड़ता था, मैं देखता था भी कैसे उनको मैनेज करना है कि भैया डिलीवर नहीं हुआ, क्यों नहीं हुआ. तो पहले काम तो ले आऊं, कस्टमर तो लाना शुरू करूं ऑन बोर्ड, देखा जाएगा जो भी होगा बाद में. वेरी ट्रू मैम, वेरी ट्रू. एनीवन एल्स?
मैंने तो अलग आंसर दिया है ना. मैंने तो पहले सप्लाई साइड पे फोकस किया है. आपका फोकस तो पहले डिमांड पर है.
नहीं, ठीक है.
मेरे ख्याल से आप ऑप्शन ए की तरफ जाते.
नहीं, आपने नहीं, मार्केटिंग बिल सही है, बिल्कुल सही कहा. मार्केटिंग के साथ जहां आपने कहा ऑन बोर्ड इनफ गुड रेस्टोरेंट, जो आपने गुड रेस्टोरेंट को जो आप ऑन बोर्ड करोगे वो मार्केटिंग के बाद ही तो ऑन बोर्ड आए. एग्री? रेस्टोरेंट को हमने अप्रोच किया, दैट इज आल्सो मार्केटिंग.
Sir, I think
after marketing that is different thing.
I think when you gather some customer, sorry to interrupt you. After gaining some platform, then you can go working on option A. Some customer you should have first, and then you can go on marketing or popularity approach you can take.
I think, sir, you have given us 4 options and you have asked us to select कि before launching what would be your first priority. So I
yes, before launching, अगर सही में launch करने जाए तो B आएगा, very true. यहाँ पे B ही रहेगा, onboard enough good restaurants. अब वो जो आपको client कैसे onboard करने हैं, that is your planning.
हाँ, that is like, but हाँ, you need to identify need first, customer first. कि I will be partnering. One more option should be there, like market survey or market need analysis.
Right, हाँ, ये option yes increase हो सकते हैं. Frankly speaking, you know, I take the help of some AI, you know, to भाई मेरे participant जो faculty है, तो I should have a good example. You know, my participant should feel yes, good, something good we exchanged together today. Thank you so much, everyone. Big round of applause for all of you, actually.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to admin. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Sir, you're on.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So I think Prerna ma'am has joined, the next resource person for the session. Prerna ma'am, are you there?
Participants, I request you all to please open up your cameras.
Prerna ma'am, can you hear me?
Sir, Prerna Gaur ma'am has already joined in.
Yeah, she has joined, huh? Yeah. Ma'am, you're not audible. Prerna ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, but your voice is lagging.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Now you're audible. It's better.
Virtual background is too. It is.
Now you're audible.
It is.
It's better. Okay. So, who's going to welcome ma'am?
Yes, sir. I'm
Yes,
here.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So please, yeah, ma'am. Please invite ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. Prerna Gaur, a distinguished academician, researcher, and an inspiring leader in the field of engineering and higher education. Owing to the efforts of the organizing team led by Dr. Rakesh Kumar Gupta, sir, we are honored to have with us today, and we look forward to gain valuable insights from her experience and expertise. Dr. Prerna has completed her B.Tech in Electrical Engineering from Govind Vallabh Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, M.Tech from University of Delhi, and PhD in Artificial Intelligence Motion Control from Delhi University. She is currently serving as professor and campus director at Netaji Subhash University of Technology and has more than 30 years of teaching experience along with years of industry experience. She has also served as head of the instrumentation and control and electrical engineering department and as founding director and member secretary of the Atal Incubation Center and Technical Business Incubator at NSUT. Dr. Gaur has played a major role in academic and institutional development by coordinating a lot of activities like NAC, AIQ, NBA, and many more. She is an accomplished researcher and academic leader. She has published more than 200 research papers in reputed international journals and IEEE conferences. She has an H index of 24, I index 10 index of 59, and over 2,200 citations. Successfully guided 16 PhD scholars and around 200 BTech and MTech students research and innovation projects. Apart from academics, Dr. Gaur has contributed to important industrial and infrastructure projects as electrical consultant for the 300 crore Western Railways track speed project and consultant for PWD hospital projects and Center Vista. She has held several prestigious leadership positions in IEEE, including chair of IEEE India Council and vice chair of IEEE Asia Pacific Region Educational Activities. In 2025, she became the first woman chair of the IEEE India Council. She has also served as branch councillor of the IEEE NSUT student branch since 2001 and is a life member of ISTE, fellow IETE, and fellow of IEI. Dr. Gaur has organized and chaired several prestigious international conferences, including Delcon, Indicon, IICPE, and many more. She has also received numerous national and international honors, including the Women of the Decade in Academia Award at the Women Economic Forum 2018, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad Excellence Award in Education, IEEE MGA Diversity and Inclusion Award, IEEE Outstanding Branch Counselor Award, Outstanding Chapter Engineer Award, Outstanding Volunteer Award, and several Best Research Paper Awards as well. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Prerna Gaur so that we can learn from her rich experience. I welcome you to the session.
Actually, I am experiencing using a video because it says background is still loading. So I will just leave one minute and will come back again.
No worries, ma'am.
So I'm leaving in the back. Because of the heavy bag, something happened. I'm not able to load anything. So the video is actually memory. So video is okay. Oh, can you hear me?
Ma'am, your voice is breaking.
Can you hear me?
Ma'am, your voice is
with this thing.
Participants, please wait for a while. We are just trying to contact ma'am. Just please wait for a while.
Hello.
Doctor sir, am I
Yes.
audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
I think Prerna ma'am has left the meeting. She's facing certain, I think,
I'll just check with her.
yeah, she's facing
Allow me
some
2 minutes.
bandwidth issue, I think.
Yeah, allow me 2 minutes. Participant be here, please.
Participants, meanwhile, I'll just like that we have already shared the document regarding your assignment. So I hope that everyone has gone through that. If anyone have any query regarding that assignment, I request you all to please feel free to ask those queries. Since your assignment submissions should be done by I think 23rd 6 o'clock. You can submit your assignment. So please go through that, and if you have any query, you can ask it to us.
Hello, sir. Hello. Yes, sir. Abhi ma'am is joining in 5 minutes. She's having some issue with the network. So I request everyone, please wait for ma'am. She'll be joining. Ma'am is able to join or not?
Can you hear me? Hello? Am I audible to everyone?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
madam.
I'm sorry to kept you waiting, and I appreciate all patience you showed. So I'm sharing my screen. My screen is visible to all? Hello?
Yes,
Now it
ma'am.
is getting started, madam. Now it is getting started. Once it is visible, I will let you know, madam.
It is
Yes,
visible?
madam. Now it is visible. Yes, madam.
Okay. So I thank
madam.
everyone for their patience, and it took only 5 minutes. It was, I think, what some technical glitch when I just clicked the Zoom link. So I'm thankful to Dr. Rakesh Kumar Gupta for approaching me for this topic, that is technical pre-feasibility assessment techniques for research-led projects. It's the topic which is close to my heart, and I am as a researcher, I have guided many PhD, MTech projects and BTech projects, and also written many projects to get funding from agencies. And I'm in the technical business incubation ecosystem for the last 10 years. So I hope that all type of faculty who are associated with research and with social science, with technical background, and those who wants to write projects, and some PhD scholars are listening in this meeting. May I get this information? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Yes,
technical
yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Technical pre-feasibility is the initial assessment of whether an idea, project, product, research outcome, or innovation can realistically be developed and implemented using available technology, resources, skills, time, and infrastructure. So whenever a faculty or an entrepreneur or a PhD scholar or MTech student wants to write or wants to do some thesis, wants to start their startup, if he goes through technical pre-feasibility, it will help him setting up the path for reaching the goal and without fail. So in simple words, it answers the question, is this idea technically, if somebody has an idea and is thinking to do something in those areas which I mentioned, that is this idea technically possible and practical before investing major time, money, and effort. So it is usually carried out at the early stage of research projects, startups and innovation proposals, product development, funded research, technology transfer, or MTech and PhD research planning, and industrial R&D projects. So whenever you are submitting some projects and or having an idea into any domain of these, if you do technical pre-feasibility, it will help you for successful clearing your path and reaching the goals. So, okay. So next slide is major components of technical pre-feasibility. So these are the major components where problem definition that clearly identify what problem is being solved. So if you are a scholar or if you are a guide or a supervisor, or you are going to start your company having an idea, so you have to find out what problem is being solved finally, and why is it important, and you have to establish this importance also, who will get benefit. So these three questions define the problem. and you should have clarity since your beginning. So then you have to do literature survey and technology survey. In my PhD thesis, around 100 papers were surveyed to find out the problem definition. So literature, it has a study has to be done for literature survey and to establishing the problem definition. Existing solutions should be studied. Current technologies, research gaps should be identified during the literature survey. This is the outcome of literature survey. And competing methods. What are the methods which you have to compete with in the literature? Because so you will study the papers at least 10 years in the past to establish what are the gaps and where you want to fill those gaps with which technology will be better for your problem definition. And this helps determine novelty and technical viability. So third major component is technical requirements analysis. So you have to assess what hardware requirement, if it is a hardware product, you are finally making a product. So what hardware requirements are, software tools, which software tools you are going to use or your student is going to be will be using the software, algorithm, which algorithm and which models will be used. There are predefined models and predefined algorithms are already available. Whether you will be using those predefined algorithms, if it is AI based research, so there are many different kind of algorithm already available. So you have to establish these things in the beginning only, which kind of technical requirement you have. So laboratory setup, so where you want to set up your laboratory, whether it will be a lab in a college or at your home with a computer setup, that will be sufficient for you. Equipment and instruments, you need to write the list of equipments and instruments required for your uh, uh, problem, whatever you are doing for your project or startup. And data availability, from where you will get your data, because nowadays data is very important and data should be ethically available. So you have to find out from where you will be finally getting the data if it is data driven research. That is very important, and many agencies and many people are working on providing data for the projects. You have to identify which resource you will be using for all these technical requirements. Then resource availability. So you have to check the availability of skilled manpower, research expertise, funding support, and computational resources and industry collaboration. So these resources linked with whatever you are finally going to uh, do in your research or in your project. So you have to find out which type of skilled manpower you have to use, because if you are a PhD scholar, then you need to have some help from skilled manpower to solder or to identify some equipments which you want to learn how to use those equipments. Similarly, research expertise, you can approach your seniors to find out how finally which steps are being used for particular research area. And funding support, to find you have to find out the agency, or if it is a college or it is a sponsorship for your technical requirement, if from where this funding will be coming. So these are the major components of technical pre-feasibility. You have to find it out. Computational resources and industry collaboration. Nowadays, we emphasize to do research with industry collaboration. So if industry is collaborating with you, you have to identify and which kind of industry you are going to take help of. Fifth one is methodology feasibility. Evaluate whether the proposed methodology can realistically work. Can experiments be performed? You have to find out this methodology will be used using experiments. Is simulation possible? Is validation measurable? Are data sets accessible? So these are the some questions which are covered under methodological feasibility. Then comes risk assessment. Identify possible risks such as technical failure. So as I was doing my research in PhD, I was supposed to find out a PCB. I was supposed to create a PCB which is used for modulation and demodulation, modulated signal to demodulate. So uh, in this process, I actually took risk of damaging around 25 PCBs. So I did it without technical feasibility. So I suffered a lot, paid a lot for that project of my PhD. And similarly, when I was working on inverter, I knew that inverter technically or thoroughly, technically or you can say verbally, I knew how this inverter works. But when I started doing practical on my inverter, I damaged gate signals where gate signals are to be given. I damaged that particular part of at least 2 or 3 inverters. So these risks should be assessed before starting the project. Scalability issues, how much you want to take your product, which level, data limitations, how much data is required and how much your computational device can handle the data. This was also in my case, normal fuzzy logic project I could do with simple PC, but when I was doing for recurrent neural network or where data limitations, unlimited data was used, then I was waiting for workstations to come in the college, and finally in 2007 I got workstation. I could complete my PhD. So you should know data limitations before writing a project or before going for any research area. Ethical concerns are also very important thing. Time constraints, how much time will be utilized in that project, either 2 year, 3 year. Normally, if you are in PhD, you are guiding PhD and you are doing PhD, normally 5 years are the maximum limit. So you have to complete all project within 5 years. Or if it is a sponsored project, so sponsoring agency defined the time limit, whether it is a 2 years project or 1 year project. So you have to find out and settle down within that period only. And cost escalation. So how much cost can be escalated due to some issues which practically arise when you are doing a project. 7th is prototype or proof of concept. So sometimes a small prototype simulation or pilot study is created to verify feasibility before full-scale implementation to avoid the risk of high cost. So first prototype is made and our proof of concept is generated, then we go for actual product. So this is also one parameter of pre-technical feasibility assessment. And then expected outcomes. So it define innovation level, which innovation level you are in, publications, how much publications will be made out of that project, and how many patents will be granted, and how you think that product will be coming in the shape, and how much are the different parameters for which you can file the patents, and you are sure that you will get the grant of that patents, and what is the commercialization potential of your product, you have to establish before writing the project, because then only you can get good funding. Social or industrial impact, if you put that paragraph or you connect your project with social and industrial impact, you will certainly get your project. So this is decided before starting a project. Now comes key objectives of technical pre-feasibility. So there are some key objectives of technical pre-feasibility. A technical pre-feasibility studies helps to identify whether the proposed idea is technically achievable. ऐसा नहीं कि आपने बहुत कुछ सोच लिया, but you cannot achieve with your limited resources. So you have to identify that proposed idea is technically achievable. analyze technological requirement. What are the technological requirement behind your idea? You have to analyze it beforehand. Evaluate risks and limitations. आपको देखना है कि what risk you will be having during this project. Like I was working on high voltage project, and current was also such that I was advised not to work alone in lab. So you have to evaluate risks and limitations. Estimate required expertise, tools and infrastructure. Determine innovation, potential and scalability. Avoid failure at later stages. So before that, you have to perform technical pre-feasibility, support funding and decision making. So how much support from funding is coming, and what is your decision making about the project? So we can take an example. Suppose a researcher proposes AI-based smart irrigation system for precision agriculture. So technical pre-feasibility would examine, because it is AI-based smart irrigation. Smart means IoT will come into the picture. AI-based means some artificial intelligence algorithm will be available, should be available. And if it is for agriculture, so environment and other things are required to be studied. So in this, availability of sensors and IoT devices should be known for this project. An AI model requirement should be known. Which type of AI model will be applicable? There are several AI models, and which for which you are actually familiar with and you can apply. And internet connectivity, because it is agriculture based, so in that rural area, if it is being utilized, so whether internet is available or not into that areas where this project will be utilized, finally implemented. And what are the power consumption, whether this power is reaching to that area or not, and if it is not reaching, how you will bring the power, whether it will be solar energy power, or there will be some other means to get, or it will be generator, or it will be some other means to send the power at that area. And data collection feasibility, as I earlier I just have spoken. Cost of deployment, what is the cost? Finally, when this product will be made, what will be the cost, whether the farmer will be able to buy this project from me or not. Is it not going to be very costly? Scalability for farmers, and only after confirming technical viability would full deployment and development should begin. So you have to be sure of each and everything. You have to study all parameters of a project so that finally that becomes successful. So difference between feasibility and pre-feasibility. So if a project is feasible, that means detailed project stage is that you have a detailed project. Everything is available. Every question is answered in that project. And if it is a pre-feasibility, then it is early idea stage. The stage is early idea when we are at pre-feasibility stage. And similarly, if it is full feasibility, then this is comprehensive evaluation stage is there. So we have everything evaluated, and we have all the records available. And if it is a pre-feasibility stage, it is just initial screening. We are just finding out every stage whether we have this thing or not. And similarly, depth. If it is in detail and validated, then it is fully feasible. And if it is preliminary stage, we don't know in depth, we have not done in-depth study, and we have only vague idea, then it is pre-feasibility stage. And for fully feasible idea, the cost is higher, and it is only pre-feasibility and cost. Actually, for pre-feasibility, finding out pre-feasibility, the cost component is low. And if you are going to find out, do it fully feasible project, then cost component will be higher. You have to deploy more people if it is multi-dimensional project to find out all feasibility. So that's why cost is higher. Then outcome, uh, at pre-feasibility stage, you have to have in mind that whether you have to go or no go, you have to take that decision. We should do this project or we should not do this project. And when it is at full feasibility stage, then a roadmap is already set and implementation can be done easily. So importance in MTech and PhD research. For MTech and PhD scholars, technical pre-feasibility helps in select realistic research problems, avoid impractical topics, ensure availability of datasets, tools, improve publication quality, align research with industry needs, increase chances of successful thesis completion. It's very important for any MTech student, because MTech students or MBA students, they come just after graduation and they don't know about any research. Last week we conducted a webinar, All India webinar, where a professor was speaking on how to write a good research paper. And one UG scholar just questioned that to do a research, should we know 100% about that topic? So the answer is, you should know, you should have an idea, and you should have all resources to do that. Nobody is actually uh, uh, technically, nobody is sound 100% in any area. So you have to have idea, and those parameters on which that idea will work should be known, and you can start working. But start with literature survey, identify the gaps, and find out whether the outcome will be uh, uh, coming with the help of literature survey only. You will find it out, and you, with the literature survey, you will also find out what are the tools to be used. So those tools are available with you or not, or you have to you can easily make available or not. We started our MTech and PhD in 1996 and 2000, and at that time MATLAB was just available to us, and we somehow got it for in our lab and started doing a project using MATLAB. So similarly, MTech and PhD students should identify which tool is best for their area and how others have done in that area with the help of resources available, and align your research with industry needs. That is very important nowadays. If you will do your research with industry needs, it is very good uh, in help in your uh, jobs later on. An important message for researchers: a brilliant idea alone is not enough. A research idea becomes valuable when it is technically implementable and scientifically validated and resource supported and capable of creating measurable impact. And that is the essence of technical pre-feasibility. And these are the parameters on which technical feasibility is evaluated. So these are the four parameters which a scholar should know before doing the project. So why technical pre-feasibility matters? It reduces research and investment risks, validates innovation potential early, aligns technology with societal, and market needs, and supports funding and policy decisions. So a feasibility study in software engineering is a study to evaluate the feasibility of a proposed project or a system. It is carried out for many purpose to analyze whether the software product is appropriate in terms of practical considerations, development, implementation, and the project's contribution to the organization, etc. These things are studied in a software project. So whenever there is a company who is deciding whether we should go for development of that particular software, they have to study in this manner. for technical feasibility. So types of feasibility studies are primarily focused on the 5 areas which are outlined here. Among these, economic feasibility study is the most important part of the feasibility analysis, whereas the legal feasibility study is less emphasized. So we should know what is technical feasibility. We should know the difference between these 5 feasibility studies. So technical feasibility, uh, uh, there is current resources, both hardware and software, along with required technology are analyzed, assessed to develop the project. This technical feasibility study assesses whether the required resources and technologies exist and will be used for project development. Along with this, feasibility study also analyzes the technical skills and capabilities of the technical team. And operational feasibility, in it, the degree of providing service to requirements is analyzed, along with how easy the product will be to operate and maintain after deployment. Along with this, other operational scopes include determining the product's usability and whether the software development team suggested solutions is acceptable. And third one is economical feasibility, that is important also. In economic feasibility, the study cost and benefit of the project is analyzed. In this feasibility study, a detailed analysis is conducted to determine the project development cost, including all required costs for final development, such as hardware and software, resources, design and development costs, operational cost, and so on. After that, it is analyzed whether the project will be financially beneficial to the organization. These are the parameters and these are the actually points on which we evaluate the projects also. When the projects come for evaluation, when somebody applies for it, we uh, uh, just take eyes on these parameters for finally approve or reject the projects. So legal feasibility study project is analyzed in legality point of view. This includes analyzing barriers to the legal implementation of the project, data protection acts, social media laws, the project certificate, license, copyright, etc. And this is normally legal feasibility comes when we are doing projects on biotechnology where some data, human related data or real-time data is required to do the project. So there the legal feasibility is important in such kind of projects. So now schedule feasibility. In this schedule feasibility study, mainly timelines, deadlines are analyzed for the proposed project, which includes how much time teams will take to complete the final project, which has great impact on the organization, as the purpose of the project may fail if it can't be completed on time. And next one is cultural and political feasibility. This section assesses how the software project or hardware project will affect the political environment and organizational culture. So this analysis takes into account the organization's culture and how the suggested changes could be received there, as well as any potential political obstacles or internal opposition to the project. It is essential that cultural and political factors be taken into account in order to execute projects successfully. And next one is market feasibility. This refers to evaluating the market's willingness to and ability to accept the suggested software system. So this is very important thing. Analyzing the target market, understanding consumer wants, and assessing possible rivals, because everybody is now making software. So possible rivals are all part of this study. It assists in identifying whether the project is in line with market expectations and whether there is feasible market for the good or service being offered. And lastly, resource feasibility. This method evaluates if the resource needed to complete the software project successfully are adequate and readily available. Financial, technological, and human resources are all taken into account in this study. It guarantees that sufficient hardware, software, trained labor, and funding are available to complete the project successfully. So, aim of feasibility study are the overall objective of the organization is covered and contributed to by the system or not. So whenever this topic given to me involves all organizations and different type of organizations. It may be a college, or it may be any company which is developing software. It may be a department. It may be a student who is completing his degree using research. So second one is the system can be implemented using current technology or not, and can the system be integrated with the other system that are already exist. How can I go? Hello. So next, this is the next slide, I think. Feasibility study process. The steps below are carried out during the entire feasibility, and these are the steps given in this slide. So need of feasibility study is so important stage of software project management. I am actually talking about software only from the previous two slides. As after completion of feasibility study, it gives a conclusion of whether to go ahead with proposed project as it is practically feasible, or to stop proposed project here as it is not right or feasible to develop, or to think, analyze about proposed project again. Along with this feasibility study, helps in identifying risk factors involved in developing and deploying system, and planning for risk analysis, also narrows the business alternatives and enhances success rate, analyzing different parameters associated with proposed project development. So whenever a startup is doing some project, they actually do this risk mitigation is essential for them. So they cannot start their project without thinking in these parameters. So these are the steps. Information assessment is the first one. It assesses the original project concept and establishes the main aims and objectives. Information collection. It collects the necessary information and data required to evaluate the project's many components. And then report writing. It produces an in-depth feasibility report that details the analysis and research results. General information. It gives a summary of the main points discussed in the report on the feasibility study. So, if it is a company, then steps to conduct a feasibility study is preliminary study and definition. You should have this thing. Then forecast income statement. You have to know how much income will be there after completion of that project. Plan company structure and operations. If it's starting a company, you have to plan the structure and what will be the operations of that company. Based on this plan, you have to register the company, and there are certain documents which are required to write beforehand. So you have to at third step you have to plan company structure and operations, because once a company is registered, it will work on that plan, and operations will be according to that manual which is written in the beginning at the third step. Then generate balance sheet. How much uh, actually whenever the expenses are done, balance sheets are made. So this is the fourth step. After the company has some structure and it has done some operations, So how much revenue will be generated? So for that, balance sheet should be there, and data examination and final decision. So with this, all data is will be examined, and final decision will be taken under the feasibility study. Understanding research-led projects. Projects driven by innovation, experimentation, and social challenges, and may involve technologies, social systems, policy, or business models, and require interdisciplinary assessment approaches. So, research-led projects should have these components: experimentation and societal challenges. When you include societal challenges, then you have the greater chance to get the funding. And it should also involve social systems, policy, current policies are covered or not, or what is the business model. And this require interdisciplinary assessment approaches. So core framework for interdisciplinary assessment is transformative innovation policy. This moves beyond traditional R&D to focus on socio-technical systems change. It emphasizes anticipation, experimentation, and evaluation structural improvements. Transformative innovation policy. Second one is reasonable research and innovation, RRI. A structured approach that integrates sustainability with the societal values. It ensures innovation is anticipatory, reflective, inclusive, and responsible. Then technology assessment and technology assessment and foresight. Systematic methodologies that evaluate the immediate social, economic, and environmental consequences, a new technological development to support informed decision making. Then key methodologies and experimental spaces, living labs, regulatory sandboxes, and transdisciplinary research. So it is a living lab, user-driven open innovation ecosystems that allow diverse stakeholders to cooperate, prototype, and validate solutions in real life context, blending technology with social needs. Similarly, regulatory sandbox, control testing environments that allow policymakers to experiment with new technologies and business models while continuously adapting policies to social feedback. Core components of pre-feasibility. These 6 pillars from comprehensive modern feasibility metrics for comprehensive evaluating and justifying a proposed project's viability are technical feasibility, economic, which I have already covered in previous slides. But what I did not cover was operational feasibility, social and ethical feasibility, environmental sustainability, and regulatory and policy alignment. So operational feasibility evaluates how well the proposed project's system or product fits within the existing organization structure, culture, and day-to-day business process. And social and ethical feasibility, it examines public and community acceptance, potential impacts on marginalized groups, and overall alignment with the societal values and ethical standards. So this, because you can see there are 6 pillars and you are doing feasibility study, you need the experts in multidisciplinary area. Next comes environmental sustainability. So you need one person who can do feasibility test assessment on environmental sustainability. So it measures the project's carbon footprint, resource consumption, waste generation, and overall impact on ecosystems and natural resources. So in one of my slides, I told that feasible and pre-feasible. So cost is involved in complete feasibility. So because you need so many experts for assessment of the project under so many multidisciplinary fields. Regulatory and policy alignment ensures full compliance with local, state, and international laws, zoning ordinances, data protection mandates, and broader government policies. So for this you need a separate entity who knows regulatory and policy alignment. So you need so many experts for pre-feasibility assessment. So there are technology readiness levels when you are a startup and you are doing some developing your idea. So there are 3 levels defined: TRL 1 to 3, basic research and proof of concept. In this level, you will have up to proof of concept. Then 4 to 6, prototype development and testing. And third one is 7 to 9, deployment and commercialization. So widely used by academia, industry, and government agencies. The 3-level assessment process is level 0, that is preliminary screening, where high-level framing questions that establish the initial baseline and estimate the broad TRL band. Level 1 is anticipated TRL. Top-level questions that evaluate the project to determine the projected or anticipated TRL of the technology. So there are, I just have given you the idea, there are 9 TRL totally, and these are in 3 levels. So level 2 is detailed verification, rigorous evidence-based verification. This phase requires concrete documented proof of definitively validate the technology's maturity level. So primary validation and maturation mechanism that is advancing a technology through these levels require practical empirical validation to mitigate risk and confirm functionality. Simulation and modeling, creating computation or mathematical models, for example, fx is equal to y, to predict performance, stress test variables, and analyze theoretical behavior prior to physical construction. And benchmarking with, these are primarily validation and maturation mechanisms. So simulation and modeling, benchmarking with existing solutions, prototype validation, and pilot studies. So these are the primary validation for these levels. So pilot studies say deploying the technology in real world controlled setting to gather operational data, assesses user integration, and evaluate system reliability under actual operating conditions. Similarly, prototype validation before pilot studies, testing scaled down or full-scale physical hardware and software models in both laboratory and relevant operational environments to prove that the technology meets performance requirements. So all these actually validation methods require funding, support, and when you goes through such testing and validation, your product will be finally a successful product. So these are technical assessment techniques. Technological readiness level assessment, as I just in previous slide mentioned that there are 3 levels. So it covers prototype validation, simulation and modeling, pilot, and benchmarking. And these pyramid, you can see the pyramid. Basic principle observed are in TRL 1, technological readiness level 1. And these are 1 to 4 are done in research lab. Second one level is technology concept formulation. This is also done in research lab. Experimental proof of concept. This is also can be done in research lab only. technology validation in lab, that is TRL 4. Then comes simulated world, so and TRL 5. When we have identified our after proof of concept, we are now developing actual the product. So technological validation in a relevant environment, industrially relevant environment in the case of key enabling technologies, that is TRL 5. And then 6, technology demonstrated a relevant environment, industrially relevant environment in the case of key enabling technologies. Then come technological readiness level 7, system prototype demonstration in an operational environment. So these 3 are covered on simulated world. Then comes real world, that is TRL 8, system completed and qualified. And finally TRL 9, actual system proven in an operational environment, completing competitive manufacturing in the case of key enabling technologies or in space. So this is finally a commercial deployment. So this is from idea to commercial deployment. Now come to market and stakeholder assessment. There are several assessments are done. So market and stakeholder assessment is one key aspect where we have to identify users, beneficiaries, and customers. Then we have to do gap analysis between users, beneficiaries, customers, and our product. Competitor and ecosystem mapping. So whenever we are developing a product, we should identify who are the competitors and where they are mapped in this ecosystem, and how much we have to change our product according to the competition so that we are successful in the market. Then stakeholder interviews and surveys are done to identify all such things. So these are the part when incubatees come to us, we mentor them in this way. Assessment techniques in social sciences. Assessment techniques in social science. बंद करो दरवाजा please. Impact assessment framework. Participatory research methods, policy and governance analysis, behavioral and adoption studies. So social sciences projects, these are the assessment techniques for social sciences projects. Impact assessment framework, how much impact it will be on the society, and participatory research project, how much you have to participate in this research project, and methods, and policy, what are the government policies, and how much relevant this social science project to under those policies, and what are the behavioral and adoption of the studies. Then comes entrepreneurship perspective. Business model feasibility. If you have a business model, how much feasible is this to reach to the market? So you have to do in-depth study from all corners, from 0 level to TRL level 9. And scalability analysis, you have to do how much scalable you will be after a certain time, and how much funding is required for that, and how you will be able to do with all resources available. So you have to do scalability analysis. Then startup ecosystem compatibility, where you are incubated, you should know if you are in that environment where all lab facilities are available, all mentorship is available, and whenever you need some component in your product, it will not waste your time. So you have to do such kind of study also. Startup ecosystem compatibility. Funding and investment readiness. Actually, today we were there in central Delhi Secretariat, and AUD team was also there along with other colleges. So most of them are technical colleges, and AUD does not have the programs which are directly connected to technical field. So their questions were such type of points that some ecosystem should be created in the Delhi government to give a platform to the startups which are coming from different other than the technical fields. So a startup ecosystem is very important. Funding and investment readiness, and where our product is ready for investment, we should know at what time we will be going for finding out our VCs to fund our product to launch it in the market. So that is also important to study beforehand. And risk return assessment are also important. How much risk is involved? And one of our startup during before pandemic, actually for Delhi entrepreneur ecosystem, it was started in 2016, and in 2020 coronavirus spread and many startup companies died down, and they could not actually function before that. So we had a company and it was very successful, and they wanted exit from us, but they adopted um, uh, unethical ways. They called me during when there was lockdown. They called me that they had some received some complaint from different companies because of some labeling issues, and because of that, those legal issues, they need to close the company, and they can now they want our equity return. So I gave some I requested them to wait for some time for the decision, because decision will come from the board and money was involved. We had funded them, so I requested them to wait for board meeting. So they were in hurry because they were getting funding from outside, and they wanted just escape from all mechanism of incubation center. So I sensed that thing, and I just uh, uh, called them on phone only at that time. It was work from home. So I just gave them advice that you are our students and you are doing very good project. I know that it is very successful, but if you'll go without actually thinking about your alma mater, then you will not be able to come back any time in your life. So whatever you are going to do, do it ethically, and we will also take care in board whatever best we can do. Finally, they did not actually surrender equity as it is. They wanted to escape. They did not escape. They surrendered whatever they took from us, and they are now very successful startup. So risk return assessment is from both the sides, from incubation center side and from the companies who are incubated that side. And risk assessment framework is technical risk, whether it is technical when we are going to do some experimentation, then there are certain different type of risk. Then financial risk, how much we can sustain the financial risk, we have to assess this one. Operational risks during this project, what risks can come, whether the team will be there or team will be breaking at the time when it is crucial. So we have to find out and write down those risks, what we will do at that time, particular time when this type of risk will come. Then social acceptance risk, whatever we are doing, will it be socially accepted or not. So these are certain risks we have to study beforehand before we are developing our idea. Give some time. uh, Actually, one more case study came to us before this COVID time. One student was very good in AI, and he was also very good in IoT. He developed a drone and came to us for having some idea on drone, some applications, but those applications were actually utilized by other competitors also. So we requested him to study for give some more time, 2-3 months time, find out market of such applications. If these market is available, then he should go ahead with that type of application with drone. So finally, he got connected with military, and he got some orders. And we came to know in last year that his drones were used in this Sindoor operation. So this type of mentorship, and uh, we have to actually, if we could have given him the funding and without giving that much time to think, he should have finished before getting successful. So cyber security and ethical risks are a different kind of risk which should be taken care if we are doing risk assessment under this framework. Data-driven assessment approaches. So AI projects are data-driven, and predictive analysis is done with data only. So we have to find out whether this data is feasible for us, how much big data we should have for our product to be successful. So this analysis has to be done. And not everyone is good in knowing this. So you should have a mentor who has done successful projects to find out whether AI and predictive analytics for whether that data is good and whether this algorithm will be functioning better for your project or not. Then big data and evidence based decision making, and then scenario analysis. Digital twins is a new field nowadays, and simulation environments. So many people are working with digital twins. This give a real time kind of situation for your projects. So data driven assessment approaches are these four kind of approaches which you can use for your projects. Sustainability and ESG considerations. So environmental impact, you should know whether it will be deteriorating the environment or whether it will be increasing the our into to the good. Our surroundings will be better than before with some product which we are developing, and what social impact it will give us, whether when it will be developed. And governance and compliance. What governance and compliance we have to make for this product? We start our project. We start our company with before starting, and everybody thinks that we can start a company, but there are big compliances whole of the year. So we should know how and when these compliances will be met, and how much funding is required to meet all the compliances, and what are the governance. If you have got funding from government institutions, you have to have utilization certificate well in time in order to get next phase of funding. So these governance should be known. Before knowing such kind of steps, you should not do your um, any you should not start the company, because just after graduation, when students start as a startup, he does not know, and when the fund comes in his hand, he can spend on different things unethically also. So it should be he should be mentored according to these points. Then alignment with sustainable development goals. So whatever we are doing, there are 17 sustainable development goals established by UN, and if we align our project with any of the goals, so that will help our nation to comply with whatever they have set the targets to achieve these sustainable development goals by 2030. So we should try to align our projects with SDGs, and we should whenever we are putting it in website, we should tag also that this SDG is linked with this project is linked with such and such SDG, and that is very important thing. Then case study discussion. When engineering, if it is an engineering field, we can take a case study of smart energy system prototype. So under when the word smart comes, then IoT immediately comes, and energy system prototype, if it is there, so energy system prototype and smart. So then under engineering field, you have to have study how much sensors are required, how much power is being utilized, and where this system is going to be finally used, whether it is costly, whether it is feasible for such applications, whether your customer will be able to buy it when you will make this product under engineering field. And second one is social science field. So in this field, as a case study, you can study community digital literacy initiative. So digital literacy initiatives are very important nowadays. So you should study such kind of project. These are for under technical feasibility assessment. And then third one is entrepreneurship, AI-based healthcare startup, healthcare with AI. Many doctors, many engineers are doing the entrepreneurship under AI-based healthcare schemes, and lot of fundings are available under this head in entrepreneurship from the agencies, different agencies and government bodies. Lessons learned from feasibility assessment. Challenges in pre-feasibility assessment are interdisciplinary coordination. Most of my slides you might have seen that whenever you are doing technical pre-feasibility assessment, you need experts in interdisciplinary field and you need to coordinate with them. So there should be an ecosystem which provide you experts in every field for technical pre-feasibility. If it is a university, you should coordinate with faculty members who are from different fields. They are ready to help to assess any project. Then uncertain research outcomes. These should also be known beforehand. What uncertainty can come when you are doing this particular project. Resource limitations, like a PhD scholar or MTech student will not have that much resource what a faculty can have. Faculty can write a project and get lakhs or crores of funding for their project, and they can again um, uh, hire a JRF, and they can get admission, give admission to PhD scholar to work there for their project. So as a faculty, you should know funding agencies and manpower, from where the manpower will come, and who will be finally the team who will be assessing your project. So as a faculty, you should know such kind of things. Or as a startup, you should know where our incubation centers are, which will be helping us, and where are the mentors, where are the VCs. So resource and how much in which area you are. If you are in Northeast, you cannot have a connectivity to the mentors, you cannot have connectivity to the VCs. You have to come to the capital or some other cities to get your funding. So you should know the limitations and accordingly find out from where you will get the help. Rapidly changing technologies. You can see mobile and watches and other things. The things are changing rapidly. So if you are thinking such kind of product, so you should think about the technology, how much fast it is changing, and you should be keep pace with that change in technology if you are developing such kind of product, because it takes 2-3 years, and within 2-3 years technology may change. So you should be adaptable during this development stage. Uh, so uh, Here I again mentioned my PhD days. I spoiled 25 PCBs because of fast changing technologies. I was mentored by my guide from IIT Delhi, and they were also having industry collaboration, and accordingly they were getting some information and passing on to me. So I purchased all those equipments and made a PCB, but it was not giving practical result. Whatever desired result were there, it was not giving. So in my next visit, I found that a certain diode has not better slew rate. You have to change the diode. So again, the next PCB was required. So there is rapidly changing technologies. You have to be in sync with the rapidly changing technologies. balancing innovation with regulation. So regulations, you should know which type of regulations are prevailing. You have to balance your innovation with such kind of regulations. Like in Dwarka area, you cannot have drone project, which you cannot test your drone here in certain particular area. But in different areas in Delhi, you can test your drone, whatever you have make as a product. So you have to find out your regulations for your innovation. Accordingly, you have to work. Best practices for institutions. Like I suggested that create interdisciplinary assessment teams. For every institution, there should be an assessment team so that actually it is nowadays NIRF ranking is there, which just counts how many projects are successful, how many patents are there, how many papers were published. So if some projects are there in different departments, and if pre-feasibility assessment is done on those projects, it will be helping quality publication, quality patents granted. So every university should have interdisciplinary assessment team for pre-feasibility. Encourage industry academia collaboration. And because if project will be made to the needs of industry, then it will be helpful for our country. So we have to encourage industry academia collaboration so that every project which we are doing have the requirement of industry also. And in that way, our students and our faculty will learn what is the demand from the industry. Adopt innovation and incubation frameworks. So every university should be aligned or should have the incubation facilities. If they don't have, they should find out where our students and where our researchers can get this availability of incubation framework in the near vicinity of the college. And government is funding, and they are in planning stage, and within this month or next month they will decide the funding to the universities under incubation entrepreneurship, and from DSIIDC as well as from education department, this funding will be reaching to the colleges for developing entrepreneur ecosystem. And lastly, the develop ethical and sustainability guidelines. It should be there with institutions so that it gives little harm to the projects. It protects our faculty members and students for doing wrong for under projects, under research or under incubation type of things. Future trends, AI assisted feasibility analysis will come soon because AI is developing so fast. So in my previous slide, I told that we should have interdisciplinary faculty available for assessment. But if we have AI assisted feasibility analysis, that AI will be strong enough to do in all parameters for assessment of the project. And open innovation ecosystem should be there. Every innovation ecosystem should be available to other institutions also. If you have one successful ecosystem in one university, then third one is digital transformation in higher education. So that is also latest development, and we should work for digital transformation in higher education. We are all from higher education field. Global collaborative research models. So we should not actually do only for our country. We should find out what other countries are doing. Like Israel is very good in certain technologies. We should find out some collaboration with different countries. And every faculty member should reach out to the different country researchers. And this is nowadays very easy. You have to just find out their biodatas, and you can also find out their contacts, connect with them, and do collaborations with the people who are working in your field from other countries. So it will give you immediate rise. It can give you promotion. It can give you funding, and it can give you confidence. It can give you good quality PhD scholars, MTech scholars. So conclusion, technical pre-feasibility is critical for successful research-led projects. As you see that if you do technical pre-feasibility, you should know many parameters, every stage, and you should have experts, you should have resources for doing technical pre-feasibility. It is critical for successful research-led projects, and it is a requirement also. Assessment should integrate technology, society, and business. It assessment steps should involve whether it is done for technology only, whether you are identifying the impact to the society also, and whether you are finding out how much feasible your product finally is in the market, how much commercialization will happen. So assessment should integrate technology, society, and business. Then thirdly, interdisciplinary collaboration is the key to innovation success. So whenever you are doing a project, it should be interdisciplinary. Actually, whenever you do the project, projects are always interdisciplinary. So you need a collaboration from different faculty members working in different fields for your product. So if you are in the ecosystem of incubation, you will know better that for any good quality product, if any startup, if he is able to develop a product which is feasible for the market, it will be interdisciplinary type of product. So collaborations should be emphasized from the beginning. When you are starting thinking about idea, you should have the idea how and to whom we will be collaborating for our projects. So I have visited T Hub in Telangana. I have also visited Bhubaneswar Kite, and I have seen that if it is a BIREC project, they need assistance from AI field people, and they also need assessment. They also require electronics kind of help. So all these are big incubation centers, and they are providing mentorship and connectivity to such people. So we should develop such kind of ecosystem for our faculty members, students, and startups. So thank you for giving me opportunity, Dr. Rakesh Gupta ji. For any question and answer, I am open now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yeah, participant, any questions from your side? If anybody is having any questions? Okay, so everything is clear, right? And time is थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया है, so please present the vote of thanks. Seema ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am ready, sir.
Yeah, please.
So if participants, you don't have any question, then I would like to express my vote of thanks, give my vote of thanks, heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Prerna for delivering such an insightful and informative session. Dr. Gaur has explained a lot of concepts to us, including pre-feasibility study, the process, the technology readiness levels, market and stakeholder assessment, and challenges that entrepreneurs face. She also emphasized on entrepreneurship perspective, risk assessment framework, and SDGs, very important, that needs to be considered. Her valuable guidance has provided us with practical knowledge and better understanding of innovation, research, and project planning. I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the faculty members, organizers, and participants for making this session successful and enriching. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable guidance and the experience that you have shared with us.
I just want to add that in spite of too busy schedule of ma'am, so ma'am was having a meeting and she was trying to manage this. So ultimately there was so much problem with the, you can say, connectivity internet. And in spite of this, ma'am has taken the session. It's a wonderful session, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
And participant, I need some volunteer for tomorrow's session. So please send some names on my personal WhatsApp. Otherwise, I need to allocate someone randomly. So please, जिनका भी अभी तक नहीं जिन्होंने किया है अभी तक सेशन में, तो वो प्लीज एक्टिव रोल पार्टिसिपेशन होना चाहिए. ठीक है जी. Thank you. We'll meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
So, thank you, madam.